Pickles. We head up until 2 o'clock. We've got you for the next 4 hours. A lot of stuff to get into and talk about today. Certainly, we will talk about the Chiefs moving to 7-0 on the season. The 27-20 win in Vegas against the Raiders, getting ready for a week from tonight to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That early line, Chiefs -9 for that game. 9-point favorites for the Chiefs already. See if they can go 8-0. But we'll certainly talk about the NFL, the Chiefs today, what we saw from that game, takeaway from the game, the defense, how they're playing offensively, getting to, almost 28 points yet again. So 28 and 27, 26 a couple of weeks ago. So they've scored 27 points per game the last 3 games. So we'll talk about what we're seeing from the offense, some things going on with the team that may need to be improved upon, how sustainable this particular style of football may be, the style of play. They've won 13 in a row, so it seems pretty sustainable, but every year is its own individual year. We'll talk about how the Ravens are still the team to beat in the AFC. It just happens to be the Browns are the ones that can do it, apparently. Also the Chiefs. Also, who did they lose to in week 2? I can't even remember right now, but I know they've got 3 more losses than the Chiefs do, and that means the Chiefs have a 4-game lead on the Ravens for the number 1 seed with 10 games to play. I'm going to go ahead and assume the Ravens aren't going to get the 1 seed over the Chiefs, but you never know. I don't want to make an ass out of you and me if I assume. It's an assumption. I don't want to make an ass out of you and Umption, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to think that that's going to be the case. But we'll talk about the NFL, things that have gone on around the league. Field Yates will be our guest coming up at noon. ESPN NFL Insider. We'll hear from Andy Reid. We will hear his thoughts on the Chiefs' win against the Raiders. They get ready again for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers next Monday. Mick Schaefer will join us coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. We got Learn Funniest Best. Mick Schaefer is going to join us at Oakwood Country Club because that's where we are today, and a very cool spot to be. And we're here because of the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament presented by Arvest Bank. And the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club is one of the rugby clubs in Kansas City. I got it. And we're here to support them. Go to kcblues.org to learn more about how you can support the program of the rugby club. Rugby, a growing sport. And in fact, there's 12 high schools in the KC Metro that participate in the Heartland Youth Rugby Camps each year, K through 8, 1,000 kids ages K through 8. And the Kansas City Blues Supporters Club helps cover all of the expenses. That includes the administration part of it, the coaching part of it, recruiting, supporting youth rugby in the area. And today with the Blues Support Club and their golf tournament, it is going to support the money to help this KC Blues Rugby Club here in Kansas City. So a very cool deal, and we're excited to be out here and help out. And all the money that they raise, all the proceeds and everything goes to help fund and keep this club going. You can go to kcblues.org to learn more on how you can support the program for the KC Blues. So the support club grows and helps strengthen the Kansas City Blues rugby here in Kansas City. And again, a growing sport. And we talked a lot about rugby over the offseason with Luis Rizamet that was with the Chiefs, and I was joking like, man, I meant to wear my I should have, I just forgot to wear my Northwest Missouri State rugby shirt. My fraternity brother was part of the rugby club at Northwest. It was a club sport.
I could have rocked a rugby polo.
You could have.
Right,
rugby polos are nice, man. Those
just the style.
The rugby jerseys, they're nice, man. That's it's a cool deal, and it's a sport that is growing, and it's a sport that I think with Netflix and some of the things like F1, the Netflix series, a lot of people into F1 a little bit more now. We've seen a number of those different Netflix series, the quarterback, the receiver, the golf documentaries that are there, and the Six Nations that was there, which I watched mainly for Luis Rizamet, but then I really got into it and started rooting for different countries and just learning a little bit more about the game. So really cool deal. We may get a chance to sit down and talk with Bill Moss. Haven't heard from him today at all. Right?
No, I don't think he's been on any
not
airwaves yet.
Not at all.
Think.
No, Bill Moss, one of the best segments of the week is when he's on with New Day on Monday mornings, and that was a fun one this morning, talking about obviously the Chiefs and then getting into a little bit of his Pitt Panthers, undefeated. Boy, this college football season has been crazy. It's been zany.
I'm over it, honestly.
Are you?
As
Okay.
a Mizzou fan, I'm
not sure why.
An alum. I'm over it. I think it's overrated. Just burn it.
Is that right?
The
college
season does not count.
Yeah, Alex, a KU grad, also over it. Weird. Any K-State Wildcats in the house? I'm not sure they're over it.
No, they're excited.
I think they're enjoying the college football season going on right now, since they've got a pretty damn good shot of winning the Big 12 and going to the college football playoff.
They look good.
Yeah, they and look, we'll talk some Chiefs, but certainly over the weekend it was good for one local team. The other two local teams won. Obviously, Brady Cook being injured, Noel being injured for Missouri. I don't know that would have really mattered all that much the way that Alabama was playing. But defensively, even though they put 34 points on the board defensively for Missouri, they were up to the task in the first half. It's just you can't be out there, get a stop, and then 3 plays later your offense punts, and then you got to go back out there again and get a stop. Eventually that dam is going to break, and it did. And for KU, the unfortunate part of the weekend and that game for them specifically was that theme of this year of being in a game, having an opportunity to win, and then mistakes that are made along the way that you look back and go, I mean, if you just don't do that or don't do that. And look, you credit K-State for making, some of those plays, certainly. And you credit a 50-plus yard field goal in college ain't easy.
No.
And they get it done. But, you get a catch at the 1 yard line on a kickoff, which results in a safety and the ball going right back to K-State.
Yeah.
You get a fumble there at the end, and, turnovers and some of those self-inflicted wounds are things that have hurt KU, and K-State has just continued to play solid football. It was a great game to watch. It was a fun game to watch. It was entertaining, and K-State comes out victorious, and they continue their run to the Big 12 championship and maybe a chance to avenge the loss to BYU that continues to be undefeated. And BYU can absolutely be 12-0 in Dallas, getting ready to play either Iowa State or Kansas State.
Which I thought was wild. They were actually underdogs against UCF.
And they were 2.5-point dogs. That was one of the easiest lines of the weekend. I could not believe it.
I hit it 3 times.
I could not believe
I ripped it 3 times.
I could not believe that
Wait,
line.
why did you?
No,
what did I say?
I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you made some money off that.
I hit
that is
3 times.
that is
I
really
ripped
cool.
It 3 times.
Yeah, you did.
I don't
No,
know.
BYU getting 2.5 points on the road was dumb, and I hope people took advantage of that. Vegas doesn't give away money, but that felt like a giveaway. That was like, what are we doing here?
That was a charity donation.
Yeah,
for us.
what are we doing here, man?
Thank you.
Sometimes there are lines that feel dumb, and then you're like, oh, well, what does Vegas know?
Yeah.
That one felt dumb, and BYU continues to show that they're a good team, and they may be 12-0, getting ready for the winner of Farmageddon at the end of the season. Because if BYU's undefeated, then Iowa State, K-State would be the chance to go to Dallas to play against BYU.
Also, as we are here at Oakwood, I have to let you know I did bring my golf clubs.
Okay,
so
good.
if for some reason you do the rest of the show by yourself, you know why. Because I've always wanted to play here. And it is quite windy, but I think people sometimes blame the wind when you can also use it as a positive. Look at this right here. This hole right here, going directly downwind.
Oh, that's great.
I really hope it's not a par 3 because that would actually suck. But if it's like a par 4, par 5, that's great.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's where I would judge my drives off of.
Yeah.
That hole right there with
How far do you hit it? 300?
30-mile-an-hour winds, man.
Into the wind. How far do you hit it? 190.
Yeah.
190. Don't use that one.
Very windy day. If you were going to be playing golf, I would maybe keep the ball low and a line drive and some more screamers rather than lofting that thing up in the air. Because the wind is crazy today. But we are at Oakwood Country Club because of the KC Blues Rugby Club going on their fundraiser golf tournament today, presented by Arvest Bank. And that rugby KC Blues club that continues to grow, and rugby in the area as well. So go to kcblues.org to learn more how you can support the program, get involved with the program, things like that. 913-912-4810. 913-3810810 is the phone number to be a part of the show. We take your calls the first couple of hours here on a day after the Chiefs game. They get the win 27-20. Take care of business there in Vegas. A late garbage time touchdown, a backdoor cover for the Raiders, which was, unfortunate for those that may have had the Chiefs minus the points. Unfortunate for those that thought it was an easy line of the weekend of the Raiders under 19.5 points. That seemed like a giveaway, too.
Did you take that one, Jason?
I ripped that pretty hard. I ripped under 9. I thought they were going to get like 6 or 7, like a couple of field goals, a touchdown, something like that. I didn't think they would get to 20 points, and they shouldn't have got to 20 points. Under 19.5, and Chiefs minus 8.5 at kickoff felt really solid.
You're sitting. Go for two. Go for two. Just try going for two. See what happens.
I'm like, I've never paid more attention to
I thought at first they
point.
were. It looked like at first they were leaving them out there.
No reason for them to go for 2, but whatever. The Chiefs do get the win. That's neither here nor there on the betting side, but it was a backdoor cover there for the Raiders, and they lose by 7. Chiefs win by 7. What's the takeaway? What do we think about this game, this win? Chiefs moving to 7-0. That's the most important part, obviously, is that they continue to gain ground on teams in the AFC. Yes, the Buffalo Bills took care of business in a large manner against the Seahawks in that, you had backup quarterback in the game in the fourth quarter because that thing became a laugher pretty quickly. And so, yes, the Bills are still, looking like a damn fine team. They've had their, losses along the way. We know they've got 2 of them in losing to Baltimore and losing to Houston, getting, run out of the building by Baltimore in that particular game. But we saw Baltimore drop their 3rd game after losing to the Raiders, after losing to the Chiefs the first 2 weeks. Now they lose to the Cleveland Browns and Jameis Winston after winning 5 games in a row. And it's weird because 5 wins in a row for the Ravens was enough for people to talk about the Ravens being the team to beat in the AFC. The Chiefs have won 7 in a row just this year. They've won 13 straight games dating back to, I can't remember the last team to beat them. Nobody's talked about it.
No,
we haven't heard anybody weigh in on who the last team
No
beat
recipes or
no
like trash talk from that team. Nothing. No.
As Mahomes may have said and picked up on the camera, all that talking, Kareem Hunt and Max Crosby going back and forth there as well when the Chiefs offense was out there. But they get the win. They take care of business. The Chiefs defense, and I know they gave up 20 points. They could have given up 20 points earlier in the game. Yeah. When they get that goal line stand with the Chiefs up 20-13 and the interception by Patrick Mahomes. Tipped pass, unfortunate, and then returned to the 3-yard line. And it was pretty big that he got tackled at the 3-yard line instead of that being a pick 6. Because the defense stepping up and playing the way that they did, it's yet another team, yet another number 1 running back for an opposing team that does absolutely nothing. Alexander Madison, 14 carries, 15 yards, and a long of 5, which means he had 13 carries for 10 yards the other 13 times he carried the ball.
He went backwards, it felt like, on half of those
no doubt,
carries.
Man. Yes. I mean, in the backfield, Drew Tranquill, shooting in the gap and knocking him off his feet, off balance. Chris Jones in the backfield a couple of times. Like, we talked in the offseason with Adam Teicher, and one of the things that I talked to Adam Teicher about, and I said, the way this team is built, without Charles Omenihu, bringing back Mike Dana, George Karlaftis, Pinnell brought back, Chris Jones winning Defensive Player of the Year. We'll see what Turk Wharton looks like, in another year off the ACL. But Leo Chenal will play a little bit more. Drew Tranquill back, Nick Bolton. I said, the one thing that I trust about this defense right now is that they're going to be really good against the run. I don't know how good they'll be against the pass without L'Jarius Sneed and other guys having to step up.
Sure.
But I'm pretty – and without Omenihu there to help rush the passer, which still needs to improve. But this team looked like they were built to stop the run, and that's exactly what they've done. They have been unbelievable in their run defense, and they've been pretty good in the pass defense because the defense overall has been dominant this year, absolutely dominant. And the Raiders get to 20. It's a little misleading because if the Chiefs would have played anywhere near the final drive for the Raiders, the way that they played that first and goal from the 3 in that goal line stand, the Raiders would have 13 points. But it was more of a half prevent, half let's just make them
get out of here with the dub.
Right, we're up by 14 points. Make them take time to go down the field and score. But it's another game and another data point about how good this defense is. And health notwithstanding, we'll see what happens the rest of the way. Obviously, it's a game of attrition. The defense is one of the best defenses in the NFL, and the offense is doing enough, and they still have Mahomes and Kelsey that, this is a team that's showing week in and week out. They've been able to win different ways, but this particular style is how they're winning right now, and they're doing it against whatever opponent. Whether it's San Francisco, whether it's the Raiders, whether it's the Chargers, whether it's the Ravens or the Bengals, throw the teams out there, Falcons, whatever the team is, they've found ways to win. And it's not even just finding ways to win. They've just won. I know we talk about, they found ways to win, and you never apologize for a win. Like, I'm done talking about you don't apologize for a win and they've found ways to win. They're just simply winning. It's not like they're coming up with some random interception at the end of the game or a fumble return, and it's like, wow, this play happened and that play happened, and they got lucky. They escaped there with the win.
They had 7. They did what LeBron James said he was going to do. 7 tackles for loss. 7.
7.
Drew Tranquill had 3.
Not 2, not 3, not 4,
nice.
not 5, not 6, not 7.
Oh,
Well,
darn
they
it,
needed 8, I guess.
LeBron.
They needed 8.
Slow down.
Yeah, well, they had 7 tackles for loss. Drew Tranquill with 3 of them. This was Drew's best game.
I agree.
I need to give some credit because he was phenomenal last year. I sang his praises all of last season. This year I've been kind of wondering, where's that Drew Tranquill been?
Mm-hmm.
Where has Drew been that we saw last year? We hadn't seen him yet.
Yep.
This game was a Drew Tranquill we're used to seeing. He was outstanding in all facets of the game. Huge hat tip to Drew. We talked about George Karlaftis after the bye. I don't know if just that week off helped him get healthy, helped him get right. But Karlaftis was incredible against the 49ers, and then he built on that against the Raiders in this one. I thought Karlaftis had a great game, obviously the whole defense as a whole, but I think those two in particular deserve a lot of credit, Tranquill and Karlaftis. Chris Jones was Chris Jones. And also shout out to Juwan Taylor. Juwan Taylor, again, a game, no penalties at right tackle. I think we can get into the Wanya Morris discussion a little bit later on if you want. But Juwan Taylor, I thought, was nails. There were some numbers coming out that he had, was it 24 one-on-ones with Max Crosby?
Yeah, I've got the numbers right here.
0 pressures.
It was Chiefs right tackle Juwan Taylor did not allow a single pressure across 28 pass-blocking matchups against Max Crosby. 25 of the 28 were one-on-one matchups.
Yeah.
And then it said Crosby failed to generate a pressure on any of his 41 pass rushes, the most pass rushes without recording a pressure in a game this season. Last time Crosby was held without a pressure was Week 9, 2022. It's a little misleading because he drew a number of holding penalties on Wanya Morris. Yeah. And if there's a hold, even if he was held and he got some pressure on a hold, but then that wipes that play away, so it's just a holding penalty there. So that's a little misleading stat. So I'd be annoyed if I was Max Crosby and say that I didn't get any pressures in this game, but yet I caused 2/3 different holding penalties on the left tackle there for the Chiefs. But yes, that's neither that doesn't matter when we're talking about Juwan Taylor specifically. That's Wanya Morris. We're talking about Juwan Taylor having his best game maybe as a Chief.
Yeah, and so I want to give credit where credit's due. Again, if you're going to be hard on players, which I've been difficult on Juwan because from the get-go I was not a fan of the contract, a fan of the trade. And I guess not trades, the contract.
Yeah.
But when you have a game like this and you're that productive, in the past 2 weeks you've played, again, probably your best football for the Kansas City Chiefs, you're trending the right way. I'm going to give that guy credit. So, Juwan Taylor, this it's not beer yet.
Oh.
There is a bar right by us, so that might be hit up.
You've been offered a number of different drinks already this morning.
Yeah, so
good for you by turning them down.
Yeah, see, I'm a responsible man. It's not 11 yet. But this coffee, though, this coffee's for you, Juwan.
Okay. You know what? He's a closer. The coffee's for closers. And Juwan Taylor was closing out any pass rush by Max Crosby yesterday against Patrick Mahomes. Let's ask this question because we talked a little bit about this on Sunday Sound Off last night with Mick Schaefer, who will join us in the 1 o'clock hour. And the question that was posed to the panel was, the way they are playing, is it sustainable to win a Super Bowl this year? We saw them do it last year. Mind you, they were +3 in turnovers against the Ravens, but you know what? They found that was a game where you say, you know what? They found a way to win. They found a way to win. They started off hot. They got out to that 10-0 lead, and they did enough throughout that game, and they knock off the Ravens. Is this a sustainable style of play throughout the season and into the playoffs to win another Super Bowl. We'll talk about that on the other side of the break. 913-381-810, 913-912-4810 is the text line. We'll also talk about DeAndre Hopkins' debut with the Chiefs. 3 targets, 2 receptions, a big third down reception, and also a wide open route on the touchdown to Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't throw it to Kelce, DeAndre Hopkins is wide open just to the left of Kelce. So Hopkins is doing some good things in the 32% of snaps that he played in this game. He did not come out on the first play of the game. I was a little disappointed. They showed the Chiefs running out, and Hopkins was standing on the sideline. I'm like, damn it. That was my big prediction. Oh, son of a gun. I bet so many different people that. I bet nobody, but still. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Chiefs a little bit more. Field Yates comes up at noon. Mick Schaefer at 1 o'clock. Learn Funniest Best today as well. We're hanging out at Oakwood Country Club. It's the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament sponsored by Arvest Bank. And go to kcblues.org to learn more about how you can support the program of the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club here in Kansas City. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
play calling the first three, and then obviously they have to throw on the fourth one, and they've gone nowhere on the ground. If I were them, I would. If you run it one time on first down, I get it, but after that, you were getting nothing on the ground. You got to throw the rock there.
I mean, they wanted that mentality of we're going to be tough and physical, we're going to run it at you, but the Chiefs are ready for it. That matchup isn't great for the Raiders because the Chiefs can stop the run this year. They are one of the best, if not the best, run defenses in the NFL. I'd like to find a run defense that's better than what we've seen from this Chiefs team.
The Raiders are about as tough as Charmin Ultra Soft. Don't get me wrong; it actually is pretty strong, but like they're soft, dude. I mean,
relatively speaking,
they are Charmin Ultra Soft. Like that's how strong the Raiders are. Congrats on the whole mentality change there, Antonio. I do want to give
congrats on the close loss.
I do want to give a shout out to Xavier Worthy. Because I've been seeing him catch a lot of flack around the X. Like, I've seen a lot of people talking about, well, he's got to catch the ball, and he's got to be stronger at the point. Like, I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with all those takeaways. But if you want to take the positive approach of that, there's two things. One, Mahomes was looking his way. Mahomes looked his way a lot in this game. That's great. And number two, another positive takeaway, he's getting open. Let's give the guy some credit. Yes, there's a couple of plays that I wish he would have made the catch on. Yes, that one where he went up and tried to high point it and brought down. You'd like.
I mean, it was a good play by the defender.
But you'd like to see him come down with that ball. But my point is, Mahomes is looking his way, and he's getting open almost at will, and they're not just scheming him open. He's getting open on all of these different style of routes. That, to me, is really promising. You see second half of the season, that's when a lot of rookie wide receivers starts to take off. You saw it last year, right, with Rashee Rice. This year, I think you're starting to see it around the NFL with guys like Ladd McConkey really starting to take off. He had his big breakout game for the Chargers last night. But you're seeing Xavier Worthy get more integrated into the offense, and he is getting open, which was the knock for Chiefs receivers last year. No one was getting open. Well, now at least Xavier is got some things to work on, but I think they're what he's doing is sustainable.
I know he had the touchdown, but I think my favorite play yesterday if we're just looking at Xavier Worthy specifically, he had 8 targets and 4 catches, but my favorite play was to set the scene. The Chiefs are trailing at this point 10-7. The Raiders have scored a touchdown on their opening drive and then a field goal on their next drive. The Chiefs had just punted their previous drive when Wanya Morris got beat pretty good by the other Morris. Also had that hands to the face on that play that was declined. So he had the illegal hands to the face, and his guy sacked Patrick Mahomes, which we'll get into what's going on at left tackle right now, because there are some concerns, left tackle and the second cornerback spot.
That was Tyree Wilson, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tyree Wilson. I said Morris, sorry.
Yeah.
It was already Wanya Morris. But Tyree Wilson goes around Wanya Morris and gets the sack. So they're trailing 10-7. They just punted the previous possession. It's 3rd and 2 at the 38-yard line. They can go 3 and out. And instead, they stack the right side. They put one-on-one with Xavier Worthy on the left, and he does he takes about 4 or 5 steps and then does the little stutter, jabs to the inside, and then cuts outside, because that defender, there is no way with one-on-one Xavier Worthy, that defender can play him man-to-man at the line of scrimmage. Because if you miss, it's a touchdown. So he's playing 10 yards off Xavier Worthy. That's an easy pitch and catch, 7 yards, first down. That was an easy throw. The Chiefs scored that was the touchdown pass to Kelsey on that drive, that they go and take the lead 14-10, that they did not relinquish at that point.
Yeah.
That was a big third down. And it was just simple. Overload the right side, Xavier Worthy one-on-one with this guy on the left side. What are you going to do? Are you going to play off him, which they did? Easy pitch and catch. You're going to go, tight coverage, bump and run? You'd better hope you get the jam at the line of scrimmage, because if you miss, it's a touchdown. Yeah. It's not a risk that the Raiders were willing to take at the Chiefs' own 38-yard line. And they get an easy first down by it. That's where Xavier Worthy's speed comes through. That's what I'd like to see more of, is utilizing his speed that then creates mismatches and openings for just regular routes that you run in the course of a game. Not, we're going to run this deep over route, we're going to run him down the field, we're going to do all these different things with Xavier Worthy and use his speed. That's a great way to use his speed, because the Raiders were respecting his speed so much, they gave you the first down because of that.
And also, that brings up a good point, just in general, the third down efficiency of Kansas City. They were 12 of 16 on third down in this game. That particular drive you're talking about, that was the first of 3 third downs that the Chiefs picked up. again, the efficiency of KC on those big moments really rang true.
Let's hear from Jerry, 913-381-0810. Jerry wanting to weigh in here on this Monday edition of the show. Jerry, go right ahead. What's on your mind, sir?
Boy, I wish I had the newest Chiefs hat, and I wish I was with you guys playing golf out there listening. But
well, Sterling wishes he was playing golf instead of having to sit next to me. So.
True.
Yeah.
Facts.
I like that he mentioned Juwan Taylor. I wanted to say that too, but I told Dylan I wanted to say something nice about Travis. I think the greatest lateraler of all time did really well. I hope he takes a break from the laterals for a couple weeks, maybe practice it up a little bit. Samaje Perine, the Chiefs killer, he really avenged us a lot. He did the same thing he did when he was against us, being able to pull something out of a hat and make a good play on it. I thought that was awesome. I said the Chiefs started out, undefeated. I'm hoping they finish the season undefeated. I don't have any zingers for you guys today, but they only need 10 more to go, and they'll be undefeated. I hope you guys talk about that. I hope you start feeling it, too. And I think Xavier Worthy is doing just fine. And last thing, I hope that it's not too bad me calling D-Hop the Red Mamba. I think it's fitting. His favorite player was Kobe Bryant. Let's call him the Red Mamba, unless it sounds stupid and then forget me. Okay, thank you, guys.
Oh, it's great, Jerry.
Jerry, I appreciate it, man.
I like the Red Mamba.
913-381-0810. He goes by Nukes, so I don't know, but he, hey, bring that Mamba mentality to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Matt Bonner. Remember Matt Bonner, the Spurs a long time ago?
He's
apparently
Mamba?
Nicknamed the Red Mamba. What about the Mamba, the ride at Worlds of Fun? Isn't that red? It is red.
Sure.
So we'll call him the Worlds of Fun Mamba.
I don't think that's going to work.
You don't think it's going to fly?
I think that's trying too hard there.
Maybe you have to TM that one.
It's a good point about Samaje Perine on that lateral from Travis Kelce to Perine. Trent Green brought up a great point that the Raiders had outside contain, and I think you run that, and Trent Green also said he thought that was a designed play. That wasn't just ad-libbed. That Travis Kelce catches it in the middle. You've already used your third timeout. You've got no timeouts left. There's 40 seconds on the clock. You are at the 34-yard line at that point, 39-yard line. You're at the 39-yard line, 40 seconds to go, and you're up 14-10 going into half, and the Raiders get the ball at half. You run that inside route to Kelce. He catches it. If he gets tackled, you got to go quick, right? Instead, it's a catch, then lateral to Perine to help him get out of bounds. The Raiders were out there. By Perine dropping it, the outside, whoever the Raiders defender was, then left contained to go after the ball, and Perine picked it up and was able to get around him and get out of bounds. That play came right after Perine's 9-yard catch on third down. It was 3rd and 7. The Chiefs at their own 27-yard line. Again, up 14-10. The Raiders get the ball at half. There's about 50 seconds left in the half at their own 27-yard line, or I guess that would have been 23-yard line. And they hit Perine. He catches the ball and then has to run, 2 more yards to pick up the first down. And then he gets another 2 yards after that with going, 2 defenders meet him about a yard short, and he goes through them and then picks up a couple more yards and gets a 9-yard catch on 3rd and 7. Jerry's right. Perine did that to the Chiefs all the time, and it was so annoying and frustrating. And it was nice to see him do that with the Chiefs, get a pass that is short of the sticks on 3rd down, and find a way to get the first down. And the Chiefs go on and they get the 42-yard field goal from Harrison Butker, and they go up 17-10 at half. Like, those 2 plays that we're talking about, early first 3rd downs of those drives, you go 3 and out. Worthy doesn't catch the ball, or they run something different on 3rd and 2, 3 and out. 3rd and 7, you don't get it done with Perine. He gets tackled short. You're 3 and out. You're giving the ball back to the Raiders. That was 10 points that they got on those drives that they converted an early 3rd down that would have been a 3 and out.
I'll say it. I want more Samaje Perine. I have appreciated what Kareem Hunt's done. He's been outstanding. This game was his least efficient game as a KC Chief, but he still picked up the important yards when he needed to. When it was 3rd and 2, what happened? He picked up the requisite amount of yards that he needed. But I want to see more Samaje Perine. 21 carries for Kareem in this one felt a little like overkill. It sure felt like he was getting a little tired out there. He was getting banged up, and yet they kept handing him the rock. I get it. You're trying to use him as much as you can until Isaiah Pacheco gets back. I understand, but I think Samaje Perine can do a lot of those things as well. He's a big running back too, at 235. Also, I think. Like Kareem, he's a good pass-catching back. So when he's in
great.
the game, so you don't know if it's an auto run, auto pass.
Yeah.
I would like to see more Samaje Perine. He had 0 carries in this one.
Yeah.
Right. And I would like to see him get some totes.
I like the role that they have him in because that's the role I just think of him when he was with the Bengals, and it's nice to see him in a Chiefs uniform. And he had those 2 plays, the 9-yard catch and then the lateral that ended up being 12 yards and he got out of bounds. And then, later on in the drive, Worthy has a 16-yard catch, and then DeAndre Hopkins' 16-yard catch that got out of bounds, and a great, pitching catch that stopped the clock with 8 seconds, and then Butker comes on and kicks the field goal. So that was a really good drive before half that, I would like to see more time on the clock if that was just a general, second quarter, third quarter drive to see what they could have accomplished on that because they had some good plays. They were rolling. The only third down they had was the Samaje Perine catch.
Yeah. That
was 9 yards. So that was the only third down on that drive till they kicked the field goal. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue rolling. I still want to get into the conversation about sustainability for this Chiefs team and how they're playing come playoff time. There isn't a great team in the AFC. There's not a great team in the NFL. It's lacking one good, wow, this team is stacked and this team looks amazing. And I'm outside of the undefeated team that's won back-to-back Super Bowls. But if we're talking about this particular style, what's the team that you say, man, if they go up against that team, they're not going to be able to win because, we've seen every other team in the AFC with a couple losses already. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We're hanging out at Oakwood Country Club with the KC Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on today. And you can go to kcblues.org to learn more how you can support the program, the KC Blues, all the way with the professionals that we're talking about to the, K through 8, youth rugby camps each year that, the KC Blues participate in and be a part of their supporters club. Again, it's kcblues.org. We'll take a time out. We'll come back. More Zone next. Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We're hanging out at Oakwood Country Club. It's the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on. Check them out at kcblues.org to learn more and how you can support the program. The Kansas City Blues, one of the more historic programs and blues or rugby programs in the country. Been around since the 30s. And with the 15s and the 7s, the KC Blues, and also 12 high school teams in the KC Metro, over 1,000 kids ages K through 8 participate in the Heartland Youth Rugby camps each year. A growing sport, and the Kansas City Blues have their supporters club, and you can go check that out, kcblues.org, and the fundraising golf tournament here. That they have. All the proceeds go to help them continue with this Kansas City Blues Rugby Club. 913-912-4810. What are you going to tell me?
There's some strong dudes that play rugby, right? And with this win, with some holes being downwind, there's going to be some bombs hit on the golf course today.
Yeah, probably.
Just some of the shoulder sizes I'm seeing. I'm walking by, I'm like, first off, how do they fit through doors? But two, when they hit those drives, there's going to be some bombs today at Oakwood Country Club.
Yeah. 913-912-4810. The Chiefs have won 7 straight games this year, 13 straight games overall. The last 2 weeks, a couple of weeks ago we were talking about the red zone issues. And, this is a team that, these last 2 weeks against the 49ers and the Raiders after the bye week. So that Saints team, they were 2 of 7 in the red zone against the Saints. They go into the bye week. They're 7 of 9 in their last 2 games.
Yeah.
7 of 9 in their last 2 games, converting in the red zone. And the 2 times they did not convert, they got field goals. So no turnovers, right? They're going down and getting points. But 7 out of 9? And in these last 2 games, they're putting up 27.5 points, which would be the 6th best in NFL in points scored if they average 27.5 points per game. Now, they're at 24.4, which is the 9th best, so they're still top 10 in a scoring offense.
Yeah.
But they'd be, 6th, almost 5th. Now, you don't expect them to convert, 80% of the time.
Have expectations, Jason.
In the red zone. But it shows that this team, can be efficient on third downs. They've showed that. And when they get into the red zone, it's not some crazy thing like this team is just not equipped to be able to score in the red zone. They can go and score in the red zone, 7 of their last 9 doing that.
Kareem Hunt's been a big help.
Yeah, you are absolutely right about that. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue rolling. Let's talk more about this Chiefs team as they move forward. that third down helped put this game out of reach because the Chiefs get a touchdown later on in that drive from Xavier Worthy after the Travis Kelce 11-yard catch there that put him into 1st and goal. And the Raiders were using their timeouts on that drive. Chiefs eventually go up 27-13. And you hear in the background all that talking. And the Chiefs were set up 1st and goal there and would go up 27-13, put the game out of reach. The Raiders would get a garbage time touchdown. A little anxious moment on the onside kick that I'm going to guess would cost Jody Fortson the rest of the season. Certainly didn't look good when he's not putting pressure on the knee at all or on that leg at all as, he went down. And I don't know what he did to his knee, but when he landed after not catching the ball, he immediately dropped and started holding his left leg, or right leg. So we'll see what update that might be from Andy Reid today. But I would guess that it's not good news for Jody Fortson, and they have been going with 4 tight ends active. The Chiefs have. And, we'll see what they do moving forward at the tight end position. Maybe they do a little bit less of the 4 tight ends active because Peyton Hendershot. I'm not sure that they just immediately throw him in there. Or you got DeAndre Hopkins, and so you feel a little bit better about, not needing to go with the heavy tight end package. We'll see. 913-912-4810 is the text line to join us. The Chiefs win 27-20 over the Raiders, and one of the things that we were discussing, or at least previewing to discuss in the previous hour, was Sterling, this way of winning, is it sustainable? When they get into January, is it a winning formula to go and win the Super Bowl for a three-peat? Does something have to change? Or do they have to improve on a certain aspect? Or what they're doing right now currently, how they're winning, how they're playing, is that sustainable for when it matters in January?
They've won 13 straight games. They've won back-to-back Super Bowls. They're 7-0 this year. It's the only sustainable team in the NFL. So, unless you want to say the Panthers for sustainability and horrendousness.
I don't know. Let's ask Sean Payton what he thinks about the Carolina Panthers team.
Let's be real. This is who they are. This is what they've been. I know everyone always talks about, well, if they don't throw an interception or if they don't do – it's football. It's happened. You're not going to play a perfect game. The Chiefs play their best football in the postseason. Yeah, I'll grant you that. But they've been negative in the turnover margin for a year and a half now.
Yeah.
This is who they are. Mahomes, we keep saying, what a wonky interception. How unlucky is that? But it keeps happening. So at some point, put him down for 1 interception a game and the Chiefs to win the same game. It doesn't matter. They do a lot of the little things. Typically, the offensive line outside of Juwan Taylor, which he's been a lot better on this, they do enough. Mm-hmm. They don't have a ton of penalties, which allows them to stay ahead of the sticks, and they're getting 3-4 yards a carry with Kareem Hunt when they need to. Mahomes, when they need a 3rd and 8 and they need to pick it up, he finds a way to pick it up. The red zone's not great, but it's getting better. Harrison Butker is one of, if not the best kicker in football. Matt Araiza is one of, if not the best punters in football.
Punter. He is number one.
Changing and the defense is absolutely elite. So yes, this is sustainable. Maybe if the defense has a bad game, can the Chiefs' offense pick up the slack? Then I might have some questions. Like if they play Detroit and Detroit puts up 35 points. Again, I'm not saying Detroit would put up 35. I think the Chiefs' defense is much better than that. But just hypothetically, can the Chiefs' offense score in the 30s? We have not seen that yet this year. I would like to say yes once DeAndre Hopkins gets more integrated in the offense. But we'll see. Again, at the end of the day, the Chiefs' defense is one of the best defenses in the entire NFL. The offense is above average. I think you look at all the efficiency numbers, they're slightly above average.
They're still number 9 in the NFL in scoring.
So the answer is yes, this is sustainable.
The concerns I would have, and that's my answer too, is that, it's sustainable. They've won 13 in a row. And I thought the additional point in that is one of the things that I brought up in the previous hour was where's the great team that you go, look, if this offense doesn't improve to a level that they're able to score, or they're able to get into a shootout and beat a particular team, if they can't do that, then they're going to lose to insert team here. I don't see that team. that's there in the AFC to keep them from going to the Super Bowl.
AFC, no. The only team I think you can make a case for would be the Bills or the Texans. And
in the AFC, you're talking about.
In the AFC.
I thought Lions are leading the NFL at 35 points per game.
In the NFC, it's clearly the Lions.
Yeah, they have 35 points per game, the Lions. So
I think the Eagles are starting to make a case as they're starting to get to play some better football.
And they just dominated Cincinnati yesterday. That was ugly for the Bengals. But I mean, the Ravens lose. They're sitting 4-3 now on the season. 5-3, I should say. The Bills have a couple of losses. They're sitting 6-2. They took care of business against Seattle yesterday. But who's the team that's out there that says that, okay, this Chiefs team is going to give up 30 or 35 points to that team? 28 straight games now. 28 straight games. It's like golf. They've shot their age. 28 straight games, they've given up fewer than 28 points. Wow. 28 straight games, they've given up fewer than 28 points. The last team to score more than 27 points was the Eagles in the Super Bowl. It's the last time the Chiefs gave up more than 27 points, this defense. So that clearly is sustainable because that's 28 straight games.
Correct.
The question would be, all right, if the defense has a bad game,
there's a 27.
Yeah, there's a broken coverage somewhere, and a team gets to 35 like the Eagles did.
Yeah.
Is this offense good enough to do what they did in that Super Bowl in the second half to literally gain every yard that they wanted to?
Sure.
The only yard they didn't get was the yard they chose not to get, and that was when McKinnon slid at the 1 yard line. It's the only they got every single yard they wanted to in that second half against the Eagles. Is this offense good enough if the defense has a bad game and 35 points are put on the board, or there's a pick six, right, or something like that, to where it may not even be the defense. It might be the offense that gives up a score here or there, or a special teams, mistake, because there's some of those that have happened in the last couple of weeks. You get a fake punt that didn't work. You got Jaden Hicks that keeps blocking in the back for some reason. You got Joshua Williams that wants to throw a guy down on the ground 4 yards out of bounds for some reason. I'm not sure.
Montrell Washington, I am perplexed by that decision.
Well, I mean, it's special teams. They like him more than Nico Remigio, clearly. And once DeAndre Hopkins got traded for Justin Ross, who was going to be activated from the practice squad last week, they no longer needed Justin Ross to be activated because they acquired DeAndre Hopkins. So, yeah, clearly they like Montrell Washington in that spot.
Do we think it, though? I don't know if it's a bad faith argument, because I understand and I'm in agreement, but we're like, okay, well, if the defense has a bad game and they give up 30, well, they haven't done that in 28 games.
I agree.
That's such an outlier. That's almost like saying, well, if the Panthers score 35 points offensively, you think they could win a game? Well, yeah, but they haven't done it in how long? So for me, it's like, if that happens, they probably are going to lose, because every team most likely would lose in that situation if that is your strength. This Chiefs defense has been their strength. Yeah. So if they give up more than 28, then sure. But if we say the Chiefs have a bad game defensively, okay, let's say a bad game defensively for this Chiefs defense, well, that's 27 points, because that's what we've seen, right? So 27 points would be them having a bad performance defensively. Can they score 28? That, to me, should be the more realistic argument or talking point here. Not if they give up 30-plus, because they haven't done it in 28 games. If they give up 27, can they score enough points? They scored 27 once this year.
They
twice this year,
last,
3 times this year. So the Raiders 27, 20 against the Niners, and 27 against the Ravens.
Well, and when I bring that up, it's only because, in college basketball, for example, when I'm looking at a team that can win a national championship, what I'm looking at is which team can win different ways. If you go up against a team that wants to Virginia and slow it down and take the air out of the basketball, can they win? If you go up against a team that wants to, Shaka Smart and havoc and run up and down the court and play, full court defense and get up tons of shots and just shoot, and then get back on defense and then, can you win that game as well? Can you go up against a middle of the pack paced team? Can you win those different ways? Like UConn has shown over the last couple of years, they can slow it down, they can speed it up. Their offense is incredibly efficient, and that's where, UConn has won a couple of national championships because they've had different answers. The Chiefs have not had to, over the last 2 years since that Eagles game, to go and score more than 20, 30 points to win. They haven't had to get to 30 points to win. But 2 years ago, they beat the Jags and scored 27. They beat the Bengals and scored 23. And then they had to have more than 35 points to go and win. And they scored 38 against the Eagles. So whatever the points that they needed to get to, they got to, right, in that particular postseason run. And we've seen them do that against the Ravens last year in the AFC Championship. Whatever points were that they needed to get to, they got to. And the defense was phenomenal. And they turned the ball over. They got 3 turnovers in that game against the Ravens, and they win that game. They score enough points against the 49ers. Whatever points that they needed to get to, they got to. So the only concern is, you're right, it would be an outlier. It would be, okay, well, can you win a game if you give up 50 points? That's going to be tough to do. But is this team capable of getting in a shootout with another team and winning? The other question would be, and the follow-up, or the I guess the devil's advocate, the counterpoint would be, does this defense look like they're going to be a defense that is going to allow a team to get in a shootout with this team right now, the way that they're playing?
No.
It doesn't look like that. The concern that's there, though, is left tackle.
Yes.
And with Jalen Watson going down. The Jalen Watson injury could, show to be even more important than we thought.
Yeah.
Because that was a rough game for Williams and Roland Wallace. Roland Wallace, as he plays and gets more experience, I'm hoping he'll get better. He's got to work on turning his head around, because if he turned his head around, I think he'd be able to knock the ball away a couple different times. Yeah. The touchdown, I think if he gets his head around, he gets his arm in there. The third down conversion to Jacoby Myers that was down inside the 5-yard line or whatever. If he turns his head around, he gets his hand in there and knocks it away. He's in position for the most part. He's just not making the play, because both times he's not looking at the ball, and his arm is late to get in there because the receiver's doing a good enough job and not sticking his hand out waiting for the ball to come to him. Joshua Williams struggled in the game. He got picked on. He had penalties.
Still wild to me. What we saw from Joshua Williams last year was a legitimate CB2.
He looked fine. He was great CB3.
But all the analytical numbers and the underlying, they like Joshua Williams. And again, it was not a large sample size necessarily, because he was basically played about half to 60% of the snaps, because there was a lot of split with him and Jalen Watson, all that stuff. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's confidence. I don't know, because cornerback, to me, I liken it to closers or bullpen arms in baseball, where one year you could be great, next year you could just get shelled. But Williams has regressed, and it's been a little unfortunate, especially in a season where they need him more than ever. Last year they could have got by with him playing like this.
Yep.
They couldn't this year. So I don't know what the issue is, but the Chiefs, you're right, they do need to figure out that CB room, because I don't know. Christian Roland Wallace is a slot corner only. That outside corner spot needs to get fixed. Najee Johnson had the concussion, correct?
Yep.
In that game. We'll see if he passes, but that means a lot of Williams.
I think if Najee Johnson didn't get concussed, then I think we would have seen more Najee Johnson, because they kept picking on Joshua Williams. But
Correct.
Williams started when Najee Johnson got pulled last week.
Yep.
They went with Najee Johnson when Jalen Watson went down, and then Najee Johnson got pulled for Joshua Williams, and then Joshua Williams starts this week.
Where's Echo Boydo out? Let's go ahead. He's a free agent, so maybe take a look at Echo Boydo. Bring him back.
You're searching then, man.
I agree, but I thought Echo Boydo was fine last year too.
That's the problem, is you're really and here's the thing. Moving forward, all right, they don't have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin this week for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, so that's going to be tough for the Bucs to pass the ball through. Like Jacoby Myers and Brock Bowers, it's a better 1-2 punch than what the Bucs have with Jalen McMillan and Cade Otton. Otton's a good tight end. He's a good tight end. Had a great game. But Jalen McMillan, Cade Otton, as opposed to Jacoby Myers and Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Much better combo and skill position. But you had Gardner Minshew as opposed to Baker Mayfield.
Sure.
But Gardner Minshew was picking on Josh Williams.
Correct.
And I think Baker Mayfield and then Sean Payton with Bo Nix and then Josh Allen, these next 3 games, are going to be smart enough to go after the guy that Gardner Minshew was smart enough to go after.
Yeah.
That's the concern, is you can do all you want against the run, but if guys are open, because there were too many open receivers yesterday, which was very frustrating. If that continues to happen, then, yeah, the Bills are going to expose that. The Texans will expose that.
Well, and even Baker Mayfield put up 26 with that ragtag group of receivers he has. And I will say, just for folks listening at home, according to the Chiefs' actual website, on their practice squad, if you're wondering who is currently in the organization, you have Eric Scott Jr., you have Darius Rush, and you have Nick Jones. Those are your 3 in-house on the practice squad cornerback options.
Yeah. So there you go. It was a big injury. Turned out to be a pretty big injury, unfortunately, that was the case. But
Keith Taylor, by the way, we might see him get more opportunity.
Yeah. Raheem Jarrett had 3 receptions for 58 yards for the Bucks.
Who?
Exactly. But Cade Otton, 9 receptions. Bucky Irving, 7 receptions. Rashad White, 5.
A lot of linebacker play.
21 of the 37 completions for Baker Mayfield went to tight end and running back.
Falcons also don't have a pass rush either that we have.
Agreed.
So
Correct.
Baker's not going to have all the time in the world, and people.
But at times, the Chiefs' pass rush has struggled too. That's
Right,
where
right.
getting a Minahu back could help offset having the second cornerback spot be the issue that it looks like. I do wonder what happens at the left tackle spot this week, because we saw Kingsley Suamataia beat out Wanya Morris for that starting spot at left tackle, and then quickly, relatively quickly, it was the second game of the season, get pulled for Wanya Morris, and Morris has started all the games since then. Now, we can look at it and go, well, come on. Max Crosby's pretty damn good. So, do we cut Wanya Morris some slack? Well, the Chiefs didn't cut Kingsley slack when he went up against Trey Hendrickson. So, Trey Hendrickson was abusing Kingsley. And so, by going up against the stud defensive end, the Chiefs, it didn't matter to them that it was a great defensive end. They pulled him out of the game and put in Wanya, and Wanya has started and played almost every snap since then. He left the game with, cramps or whatever it might have been, and Kingsley came in and played a couple of snaps.
Yeah.
I said when they named Wanya Morris the starter that the next time they make a move, it will be for the rest of the season. I don't think they want a revolving door at left tackle. So if they go back to Kingsley at any point this year, it means Kingsley is your left tackle for the rest of the year. And I think the Chiefs are probably deciding, is that the move we want to make? Because I don't think you want to keep going back with different types of left tackles. This guy better at run blocking, this guy better at pass blocking. Does Mahomes trust and does he have some sort of a feel with Wanya Morris that he's developing? Is there a different feel with Kingsley Suamataia?
Sure.
So I don't think you want to go back and forth at that left tackle spot, but I do wonder if they feel like it is something that they can continue to have that blind side for Patrick Mahomes in a bad game for Wanya Morris, but it took one bad game for them to say, Kingsley, we're out.
Yeah, that's the one thing I do want to say. I've been high on Wanya Morris all season long, so maybe it's rich coming from me, but I don't want to judge him in totality on his worst game of his career. Like, this was the worst time we've ever seen Wanya Morris play in the NFL. I don't want to completely judge his entire NFL or this year's experience on that one game. He was bad. There is no sugarcoating it, but that's his low.
Yeah.
I need to see one more week. If he does this next week, I'm all in. Maybe you do go back to Kingsley, but don't jump ship too quick. That's all I'm going to say.
They jumped ship pretty quickly on Kingsley.
That was 2 games, though, at least.
To go into it was I mean
game and a
but it was
change.
But he was fine in week 1. Like week 1 against the Ravens, we were like, oh, Kingsley was fine in that game, and then he got abused by Trey Hendrickson. And they said, no mas, we're going to Wanya Morris. Do they do that again, or do they take a little bit more time here and say, we're waiting for Kingsley to get better, Kingsley get more acclimated, some of those things, we'll find out. But those are the 2 spots that do concern me on this team. They've been great in the red zone the last 2 weeks. They're 7-0. So we're talking about, we spent the first hour talking about the things that they have been doing right and why they're sitting here 7-0 and as good as they have played this year in defense, how awesome it is. But there are a couple of areas of concern with this team that if they lose in the playoffs, it would be that the pressure is substantial and they can't get off the field on third down because the opposing quarterback is picking on an opening and a weakness in the Chiefs' defense. Oftentimes a defense is a zero negative group. Of the 11 guys, is it better to have like 2 studs and 3 guys that are awful, or 11 guys that are just sort of across the board good players because there's no particular person that you can just go and pick on the whole time. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue rolling, hanging out here at Oakwood Country Club. Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on, presented by Arvest Bank. And go to kcblues.org to learn more on how you can support the program. One of the historic rugby clubs in the country, the Kansas City Blues, and their supporters club. You can check out how to get involved with that as well. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
Hey everybody, Kansas City's favorite football team is still undefeated after a massive win over the 49ers last Sunday, and Greenlight Dispensary, the unofficial sponsor of Kansas City's favorite football team, is celebrating all October still by giving you amazing specials on their products, and they have a bunch of different options like flower pre-rolls, vaporizers, concentrates, edibles, and even CBD options as well. So check them out. You can go online to greenlightdispensary.com and check out all their options. They also have unmatched first-time customer benefits and are voted the best loyalty program in Missouri because the points you rack up can be used as cash on any of their products, not the ones that they pick and choose. So go online to greenlightdispensary.com. That's greenlightdispensary.com. And there you can select whether you want to pick up your order through the drive-thru or the grab-and-go window to save time. And also, when you go into one of their 4 KC area locations, if it's your first time, mention 810 sent you, and you can get 20% off your first order. You can go into any one of those 4 locations at Bannister Road in 435, Nolan Road in Independence, 135th and State Line is my location, and they have one in Harrisonville, Missouri as well. So get ready for game time at Greenlight and celebrate Kansas City's favorite football team. Check them out online at greenlightdispensary.com. That's greenlightdispensary.com.
today goes to the KC Blues organization to help offset the costs of all these youth programs and running the club. And joining us here at Oakwood Country Club is, Tim Klumpers, who with the KC Blues and this rugby organization. And I was told that you were honored at the Royals game as a coach with character.
Yes.
All right. Now, I was also told you would never bring it up on your own. So
yeah.
I'm going to be the one that brings it up for you. Also head coach over at St. Thomas Aquinas with the rugby club there. So Tim Klumpers joins us, a coach with character.
Well, thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was a great honor. Was really honored to represent the rugby community. It was exciting. I got to throw out the first pitch, which I was scared to death.
As a rugby player, how'd that go?
I actually made it to the plate, a little bit to the left. I didn't bounce it. We practiced.
Mission accomplished.
I practiced for a long time because I didn't want to bounce it. Yeah. And, with not throwing a ball overhand for 20-plus years made it difficult. And the cool part is I got to do it with my son. He got to catch, so he saved me. I bounced it at the plate, but I was a really good slider, that I had.
They were swinging.
They were swinging.
Yeah, Salvi would have swung. You got him.
That's exactly right.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
He absolutely would have done that. Well, thank you for joining us. Tim Klumpers with the Kansas City Blues. And, the kcblues.org is where you can go and learn more about how you can support the program. And this rugby club, the one thing that's great about it is, it's not just a professional rugby club. I mean, you guys have these youth camps. I mean, you're talking about from the little kids, kindergarten through 8th, on into high school as well, to where, as I mentioned, coaching with St. Thomas Aquinas, just all of these different programs to get the word out and to get people familiarized with the sport of rugby, which isn't one of the most popular sports in America, but, it is a sport that I think is a lot of fun to watch. And we got a little more familiar with it with Luis Rizamet
right
in the area, but it's cool that you guys got all these different programs going on with the youth as well.
Well, and we, years ago, several of us had children, and, we wanted to get them involved, get them started young. And so we started a youth program, Heartland Youth Rugby. We have kids from kindergarten. We have about 1,000 kids from kindergarten to 8th grade that are out playing, and several of us that played together, like Chris Lawler here from the Junior Blues. He's out there coaching, giving back to the game, and we get a lot of the young guys will come out and help out, and really we're just trying to spread the love of the game to everybody, get them started young. When they get into high school, they understand the game a lot better. The hardest part that we have is just getting the stigma of, oh my gosh, it's got to hurt a lot more because you don't have pads compared to football, and quite frankly, I played them both. Rugby's a lot less because the tackle's different. You have to hit low. There's no ripping guys' heads off and things like that. We really work hard at teaching them to tackle the proper way, and quite frankly, I think the game's safer for that aspect of it.
Visiting with Tim Klumpers of the KC Blues, and look, the starting them young, as you talked about. We're seeing flag football come in to the realm with the football side of it because people are worried about injuries, and I'm glad you brought that up in terms of the safer part of it, because we look at it like, all right, these guys aren't wearing helmets, and yet we're not seeing as sometimes a brutal of hits, and people have often wondered, hey, if you take the helmets off the NFL players, would it be safer?
It drives me crazy, and I run the chain gang at the Aquinas games, and guys are ripping at each other's heads. They're tackling high above the shoulders. In rugby, if anything above the chest line, the ref blows the game up straight away, and it's a penalty because we're trying to keep it safer. And then as coaches, we work really hard teaching the proper tackling, which they're starting to use a lot in football now. Yeah. It's hitting with the lead leg, and then your head's on the side, not across his body. And, I just equate it to, if my head's in front of you, the first thing that's going to hit the ground is my head, and then you're going to land on me. People figure it out pretty quickly that they need the head on the side. Also, for our game, we're not worried about a first down marker or what have you. It's just get them on the ground. Yeah. And so we'll do a lot more side tackling, and as coaches, we work really, really hard to teach them to get comfortable with it. And with the youth game, we start them in 3rd grade. Start full tackle into 3rd grade, and it's a lot of hugging and falling, but they get used to that, and a lot of youth football teams are sending their kids out to us to teach them get them tackling a lot better and a lot safer.
What's the youth area in Kansas City for rugby like compared to some of the other cities? Because I know we were awarded the World Cup in rugby in 2031,
2031 and 2033,
and 2033. So clearly there's an interest to the point that the World Cup is coming here to Kansas City. What's the youth environment like compared to other cities, and where are the areas that it can improve?
I think St. Louis has an okay youth league.
Mm-hmm.
I run the only youth league we have in town, so we have kids from all over the metro, kids from Pittsburgh, Kansas, come up, Lawrence, Kansas, they come down or come across. Some people travel, hour, an hour and a half to get it. We could obviously do better. The hardest part is getting fellow ruggers to give their time back and to help develop the game. As I say, this is the best non-paying job that I have, but we all need our work-life balance, and so this gives me the balance that I need, working with the kids and trying to grow from that end of it. And as soon as you get frustrated and think, oh, why do I do this? I'm spending all my time doing this, and you'll have a kid come up and say, thank you, you've changed my life, or a parent said, he didn't fit into any other sport, and he comes to rugby and he just shines and grows, and that's a testament to the coaches and how we give back to the kids and really encourage them, go out, play, and go out and have a lot of fun with the game, throw the ball around. Everybody's involved. Everybody's a part of the game. It's not one superstar doing this or doing that. It takes everybody on the field to be successful. And when you see that, they kind of grow and develop and just get more confidence. And when you fill a kid full of confidence, they'll go out and do a lot for you.
Have you seen any growth, or do you expect any growth after, obviously, Louis Rees-Zammit coming over, and as well as the Olympics? Obviously, Alana Marr has been a huge name. Now she's doing Dancing with the Stars, and they bring up rugby all the time on that show, which I think is really cool for the growth of rugby. Have you noticed that, or do you expect a boost from that at all?
Well, I coach the girls' team at Aquinas as well, and this year we saw a boost with attendance from the girls and then the number of girls teams in the area that we're able to compete against. And yeah, their girls came out because of it. And then as the season went on, I've had several girls from like the flag football saying that they want to give rugby a go next year and they want to try it. And any kind of exposure, on TV, any of that, it really just intrigues people to come out and want to try something new.
Do you prefer 15s or 7s?
I'm not a sevens guy. That's a big old field with only 7 people out there. I started the game in 1990. In my first game, it was like 150 degrees in Topeka, Kansas, playing sevens, and I thought, I don't know about this. And they said, just wait. You get to the 15s game, and I said, well, tell me about that. Well, there's 15 guys on the field. I said, how long is it? 80 minutes. Wait a minute. I can't handle 7. What do you mean 80? But it's a different game and strategy and tactics. 7 is for the fast ones. That just love to run into space and go. If you want to sprint for 7 minutes, go play sevens. But I'm sorry. I'm a grinder. I'm not one of those little Jaguars that are running everywhere.
Tim Klumpers is our guest with the Kansas City Blues. kcblues.org. How do people get involved? What are you guys looking for? You mentioned fellow ruggers to go out and participate and volunteer. If people aren't aware of some of the things, how do they get in contact with you? How do they start the process of maybe looking into this to learn more?
Well, they can reach out to us at heartlandyouithrugby.com and leave a message there, and then either with the KC Blues, they'll spread the message out. And quite frankly, you don't have to have rugby experience to give back. There's enough of us out there like Chris and I that help the other dads and moms that want to get involved and help them. We can coach and develop. It's run straight, pass the ball backwards, teaching the proper tackling, and quite frankly, just encouraging them to go out and make a mistake and have fun. And I think that's where once they get into it, they get over the oh my gosh, it's going to be crazy. And really, we just want them to go and enjoy that atmosphere, enjoy that opportunity, and they love it. They fall in love straight away, And as we both tell all of our kids, just trust us. Practice until the first game. After the first game, if you don't like it, then there's no worries. It's not for you. And I haven't had anybody that stopped after the first game. They just fall in love with, and I think it's the mutual respect that you have in the game. We know we have to take care of each other. If you're going to go out and be a jerk and whatever, and there's some that come out, they get sorted out pretty quickly. And you have respect for your opponent, respect for the referees. After every game, we feed the other team. We encourage those kids. Make them sit together and talk to each other. And they're like, oh, wow, I can't believe I know all these guys from all these Blue Valley schools or Olathe schools, and they played them in football for 4 years and never met them because they don't encourage that after-match function and getting the camaraderie. The Junior Blues, I played for the Blues. The Junior Blues, there's a big rivalry with Aquinas and Junior Blues. We're two of the top teams in the area, smashing each other all the time. But after the game, it's over, and the kids start to play together in select sides, and then they play together on travel sides, and now they're like, oh, he's not really a jerk. He's a good guy.
Just like
only
me.
a slight jerk. Only a
he loves
slight
the
one.
same game I love. He plays it, and he just plays for a different team.
And he's tough as can be on the field. And you know what? Quite frankly, I'd rather have him on my team.
It's a fraternity. Like you go around the area. There's a lot of kids that play baseball or football, but it's like, okay, you play rugby. Wait a minute, I play rugby. That's a select fraternity of kids whether you play for that team or not.
Yeah, it's an instant bond and respect. I've had parents that, they get a Saints rugby hat and they're out traveling, and next thing you know, they're in an airport and somebody sees rugby and they're sitting in the bar having a few beers while their flight's delayed, and they got a friend for life. I mean, that's the beauty of the game is people understand the mutual respect. That's why we have all these people out here. There's a lot of alumni, a lot of people that are friends of rugby players and understand that it's a great brotherhood. It's a great camaraderie. So once people get into the, I tell my parents, just because your son graduated or your daughter graduated doesn't mean you're no longer a part of it. And I have alumni parents that come back to the games all the time. Chris with the Junior Blues, the parents travel with them all the time. They're part of the family, and that's what helps the thing grow.
Tim Klumpers is our guest, kcblues.org. But what was the website you gave with the Heartland for people to reach out if they're interested?
HeartlandYouthRugby.com.
HeartlandYouthRugby.com. Tim, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Thank you for having us out here, and best of luck as this thing continues to grow. And obviously, the more attention that it gets from the national stage and certainly locally here, the better. So thank you so much for stopping by.
No problem. Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks to Arvest Bank for really being a title sponsor out here.
Absolutely. There you go. There's Tim Klumpers with the KC Blues and St. Thomas Aquinas head coach and coach with character with the Kansas City Royals, and 1-for-1 in first pitches.
Yes. I'd like another shot, because when I stood on that mound, it was a lot higher than the mound at Aquinas when I practiced.
Well, you know what? Did they give you advice as like throw it? What was it? Was it throw it lower than you think?
No,
or throw
release it higher.
Release it higher than you think.
I had one of my high school dads tell me, because I was practicing, he said, "No, you got to release it higher."
Release it higher
so
than
that's
you think.
that's when I went to the mound, and it was different.
You could have tried a rugby.
That would have been great.
That would have been pretty cool.
I wanted to. They only let me have one ball, one or the other.
Oh,
yeah. Trust me, I tried.
Tim, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
There we go. There's Tim Klumpers with the KC Blues. We're hanging out at Oakwood Country Club. It is the KC Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on today. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone coming up next. Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We are hanging out on this Monday. We'll talk with Field Yates coming up at noon, our NFL insider from ESPN. Get his thoughts on the Chiefs' win over the Raiders and some of the other happenings around the NFL. The Hail Mary from the Commanders, Tyreek Stevenson for the Bears going and apologizing on Twitter after the game was over for letting his teammates down, letting the fans down. Browns upsetting the Ravens. Trayvon Diggs with a reporter there in Dallas outside the locker room. Anthony Richardson was too tired to play a third down play for the Colts, so he took himself out of the game on 3rd and goal in a game where they were down by 10 points because he did a lot of running. That's the first time I have ever seen that in my life, especially a quarterback going, I ran a little bit too much on that play, so I need to come out of the game here, Coach. We'll talk with Field Yates about a lot of different things. Let's hear from – Go ahead.
Who has the worst team meeting to walk into this morning, that cornerback or Anthony Richardson? Because they can
it's the cornerback.
Well,
it's the cornerback.
I'm saying they can cut him.
Yeah.
They gave up all that capital and drafted Anthony Richardson 3rd overall for their franchise quarterback.
Dog.
And he tapped out of a football game.
Dog. Guy was celebrating and then realized the play was going on.
And then Still's
the guy. He's the reason they lost the game because he ran over. He was the guy that tipped it up back into the end zone.
15 yards on a sprint to go up and run and jump
to ruin it.
And knock it.
If
right
he would have
back
kept
up in the
celebrating, it probably would have been better.
Oh yeah, it was like with Kadarius Toney. If Kadarius Toney would have taken every pass that was thrown his way against the Lions and just threw it down to the ground, the Chiefs would have won. If Tyreek Stevenson would have just stayed in the corner and didn't do anything, I think the Bears win that game.
I just love his quote of, "The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen." As if you don't learn that in a high school.
I just found that out.
Just found out that you shouldn't celebrate.
Just found out Hail Marys are actually completed every once in a while in the NFL.
And dog, the Packers have completed how many against the Bears? Of all teams, you should know. Just absolutely absurd.
There was a pretty blatant hold from Andrew Wiley on the play that they did not call. Thank God it didn't happen with the Chiefs.
They're still helping the Chiefs, helping former Chiefs.
That's exactly right. They just saw Andrew Wiley and thought, well, that's a Chief. I'm not going to call a hold. Let's hear from Patrick Mahomes on DeAndre Hopkins, his debut, 3 targets, 2 catches on the day for D-Hop.
I thought he did a great job. Obviously, 3rd down, he had the big catch early in the game. And then he had a couple other big plays. I missed him on the one corner route early, but still got open. And then as I looked back at the tablet, there's a couple times where in man coverage, he was just really working and winning. Even the touchdown to Trav, I threw. If you look back on his side, he's open too for a touchdown there. And so now that you see that. Obviously I know the type of player he is, but you see that on the field. It shows that if they're going to play man coverage against him, he's going to get open and have to give him the chances to go out there and make plays. Yeah, honestly, it's high-level stuff just because it was zone coverage. They kind of were in the right spot. He pulled up in the right window, stuff you see Trav do a lot. You see Juju do a lot. And I was able to throw the ball, and I've kind of talked about a little bit. He has good body language, and he runs routes. And so you can kind of tell what he's going to do before he does it. And so we'd only practiced that play, I think, once, maybe twice. And for 3rd down in that situation, for him to run it and be in the right position, it shows that he's going to fit in perfectly in this offense.
That is a play that is perfectly defined when he says, "I know football." Because on that play, when Mahomes says, we only practice it once, maybe 2 times, for that 3rd down situation, it was the 3rd play of the game. It was 3rd and 7. And for that 3rd down, that situation, that's the play they went with, and we'd only practice it maybe 2 times, and he was in the right spot because you can see that when he's running the route, he can see the zone, and he can see where the other guys are. So he knows where he's supposed to be in that pocket, in that area. And Mahomes expects the receiver to see the defenders the way that Mahomes is seeing it, to throw it to that guy, and Hopkins is there where he's supposed to be. Because do you know specifically that play where you're supposed to go? Well, yeah, I've practiced it a couple times, but here's where the defenders are. Here's what I'm going to do when I play football.
You call that?
What?
That's a dude that knows ball.
You know ball.
D-Hop, ball knower.
Field Yates, ball knower, famous ball knower. We'll talk with him next.
And now, on Sports Radio 810 Sports Center.
This is Sports Center. This Sports Center update is brought to you by Heartland Financial and Mortgage, where their one and only priority is putting people first. Check them out at hfmkc.com. Chiefs move to 7-0 and have now won 13 in a row as they win 27-20 over the Las Vegas Raiders. In other news with Kansas City and the Chiefs, they have just traded for New England Patriot linebacker Josh Uche. We will see what was given up in just a moment. Also in Kansas City, Salvador Perez won the Roberto Clemente Award, Major League Baseball's prestigious honor awarded annually to the player whose humanitarian efforts exemplify off-the-field service. Good for KC, good for Salvi. This is Sports Center.
He'll help you fantasy focus while he scoops the news. He's on TV more often than he's in bed. He'll break down the NFL without a single hair ever out of place. It's Field Yates of ESPN. Now in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We had up until 2 o'clock. The news for Josh Uche for the Kansas City Chiefs acquiring the Patriots linebacker, outside linebacker, pass rusher. The Chiefs have given up a 6th-round pick in 2026. That is the compensation for Uche, and he has a $1.3 million base salary, so pretty cheap. What are we looking at, like $700,000 cap hit for the Chiefs? He wanted to stay with the Patriots, turned down what was, thought to be significantly more money to stay with the Patriots, and by taking less money to stay with the Patriots for one more year, he is now a Kansas City Chief, and he's now undefeated. He's now undefeated Kansas City Chief, 7-0 for Uche, and they'll be getting Omenihu back at some point. But a pass rushing specialist plays about 30% of the snaps for the New England Patriots. Let's see what Field Yates has to say about that. By the way, Pro Football Focus, a 73 pass rush grade, which is 29th out of 190 defensive ends this year. Field, back-to-back weeks where the Chiefs make a deal. DeAndre Hopkins last Tuesday, Uche today. What do you make of this deal, the 6th-rounder in 2026 to bring over an added pass rusher?
Yeah, totally reasonable cost for a guy who is at his best rushing the passer. Just a few seasons ago, back in 2021, he had 11 and a half sacks for the Patriots. And Uche, after that season, you kind of thought, like, this guy might be a player that New England ends up signing to an extension after 3 years, had a quieter tenure after that. And he's not simply limited to rushing the passer, but he is certainly at his best rushing the passer as opposed to being the kind of guy that you are counting on to be a rugged edge setter. As we know, the Chiefs' sack numbers down from, second in the NFL last season to a much more pedestrian total so far this year. They got after the quarterback yesterday against the Raiders, but this is the kind of player that it may not be every single series, but it may be a few key series come January or February where Josh Uche is on the field and can make the difference.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one. I don't know what Charles Omenihu is going to bring. One of the things that we had talked about around here, Field, was, would the Chiefs make a move on defense? And it was, you feel like maybe Charles Omenihu is their move on defense. Like, hey, they're going to acquire Charles Omenihu at the trade deadline when he's healthy. But also, we watched Turk Wharton, who got the sack yesterday on Gardner Minshew on 4th and goal from the 3. And we've seen, Turk play some phenomenal football this year. And it's a year after his ACL. And he said last year that he didn't really feel like he had his legs underneath him, that this year he's got the spring. He's back to being the player that he was. And that's concerning for Omenihu, who tore his ACL late January.
Correct.
And coming back, and if he's going to be a part of the team this year, I wonder how effective he is. I don't know. Let me ask you this. Does this, in your mind, say anything about what the Chiefs think of Omenihu? Or, in your mind, this is Brett Veach going, reasonable cost acquisition, doesn't cost really anything in the cap, and we add somebody else that can get after the pass rusher, even if Omenihu's healthy?
I'm going to fence it for a bit and say it's a little bit of both, right? And I don't know. I haven't heard anything on Omenihu as far as when he is expected to return to game action and whether the Chiefs are surprised positively or negatively by his progress there. But, when you are talking about an injury that is about 9 months from right now, and we talk about this often in the world of fantasy football, actually, about return to play versus return to performance for players. So Omenihu might be ready to play at some point in the relative near future. Whether he's the same player that he was prior to the injury is a separate question. So Uche gives you either Omenihu insurance or Omenihu plus Uche is two separate shots to that pass rush that right now has not been as dominant as it was last season.
Yeah, I love the move. Absolutely love the move. Joshua Uche, who is now a Kansas City Chief, and he adds something to that pass rush because, they have one of the best defenses in the league, Field, and they have no problem stopping the run. I mean, it is amazing watching what this team has done against premier or at least the number one running backs of opposing teams. And yesterday, yet again, Alexander Mattison, 14 carries, 15 yards, and 3 stops at the goal line. 1st and goal from the 3, and the Chiefs get that goal line stand. But the run defense has been, second to none in the NFL. But getting after the passer has been a little bit of a question mark, and help for Chris Jones. Karlaftis has been, pretty good this year, and waiting to get Omenihu back. But what do you think this does now to the Chiefs' defense if there was a weak spot in pressuring the quarterback outside of Spags feeling like he's got to blitz 3 or 4 guys?
Yeah, I'd say that probably it only further diversifies the portfolio. On top of what you have already said is that, well, he could be on the field alongside Chris Jones, who's obviously the straw that stirs the drink for that Chiefs defensive front, and Karlaftis and Mike Dana and some of the other key contributors there. He also can spell some of those edge guys, which should make them fresher in key moments. And I think that there are a lot of ways, maybe hammer away at the details of the potential of what this could be for this trade. But I actually think when you summarize it early on in the conversation, it's probably the most important and poignant way to describe it. This is basically for free for Josh Uche, who, if you get nothing from him, the Chiefs' success, both now and in the future, is not going to be determined by a 2026 sixth-round pick for a player that, as you mentioned, has a $1.3 million base salary. You're paying this basically a minimum contract for the rest of this season. However, if you get 3 sacks in the final 7 games of the season, or whenever Josh Uche becomes a meaningful contributor for them, you're saying to yourself, that's the reason why when you are 7-0 and back-to-back Super Bowl champions, you just keep throwing darts at players who at some point in their career have flashed a particular skill set. And for a team that is continuing to look for pass rush answers, going to New England, a team that got a win yesterday but is certainly looking towards the future, and not even playing the guy yesterday, is a telltale sign that, hey, we can get him for a relatively nominal cost. So to me, a good calculated sort of this is swinging at a pitch that's kind of a fastball right down the middle for Kansas City.
Yeah, I love the move, and we'll see what ends up happening with Uche the rest of the way. And when they get Charles Omenihu back, that would be great. Hollywood Brown at some point, that would be great. What's your takeaway from the Chiefs getting the win against the Raiders? They win 27-20 out there in Vegas. Andy Reid now tied for the all-time winningest coach at Allegiant Stadium.
Is that right?
In Vegas.
That number of
he tied,
wins, or is that winning percentage?
Number of a winning percentage, too, but number of wins. He and Josh McDaniels are tied with 6 wins at Allegiant Stadium.
You got to be kidding me. Have you already tweeted that, Jason? There's a lot of stuff going on in the over Sunday. So if you did already,
we have our producer in the afternoon that tweeted that, Adam Dravetta, that it's Josh McDaniels and Andy Reid with 6 wins. It's fantastic.
I got to find retweet Josh and let him know, because that's a fantastic note right there.
Definitely a winning percentage, too. I would say winning percentage has to be off the charts there for a minimum 6 games. He's got the winning percentage. But they get the win against the Raiders. They didn't cover. It was one of those backdoor from Vegas. But I'll say this.
13, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas was game.
20 in garbage time.
Right, yeah. They played a tough physical game. So what's your takeaway from the Chiefs? They continue to do it, and they continue to look roughly the same. Like, this style of play is how they've gotten to this point.
Yeah, they're just demoralizing defensively, right? It's just, if I told you coming into a game, Patrick Mahomes would be fine. He'd have another interception, 2 touchdown passes, not, the 325-yard, 4 passing touchdown, rip your soul out type of quarterback performance. You might say to yourself, we can find a way. Kareem Hunt finds the end zone, but once again, it's, a lot of volume, but not great efficiency. And yet, as you said, 27-13 with, basically garbage time left over before the Raiders get that cheap touchdown. And, it's bad situations for the Chiefs turn out to be fine, whereas bad situations for other teams are basically death knells. You think about the interception yesterday on the tips pass, or again, basically Patrick's arm is sort of collided with on the throw from the end zone. And it's here we go. The game should totally flip right there, right? The Raiders have the ball, whatever it was, 1st and goal. Did they get it? Did they return it all the way to the 1, or did they return it to the 7? And then
they got to the 5.
The
5, because they got to the 7, and it was a 2-yard shovel pass to Kelsey, and then the incomplete pass to Worthy, and then the field goal.
So sorry, I was thinking for the Raiders after they intercepted Patrick when they flipped.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, they got to the 1. They got all the way to, I thought you were talking about the 19-yard, 90-yard drive that the Chiefs put up. But no, they got to the 1, and then on first down.
Yeah. And then they just and I was actually talking about this in the context of a couple of other games yesterday where there were some situations where teams had the football late. I believe both the Bears and the Patriots had the ball and basically you score a touchdown and you've got a really good shot of winning the game. We all know what happened with the Bears. But still, like, my mindset is run the football 4 times from the 1-yard line. I don't care if you have the worst offensive line and running back in the NFL. Like, you got to be able to get a yard in 4 tries, right? And they did. They tried. It didn't work out. 3 tries for nothing. It's like the Chiefs totally sapped. They just take whatever life you have left and just rip it out from underneath you. So it's not pretty. It's not going to be pretty. But we're 7 games into the season for the Chiefs, 8 weeks into the season for the entire NFL. And there's kind of like 3 or 4 teams that feel like they're a cut above. Kansas City's certainly one of them. Detroit's certainly one of them. You could make the case that maybe Baltimore is, but Baltimore loses yesterday, right? I mean, who else besides that can you say? I mean, maybe Buffalo as well, but Buffalo has been humbled twice by 2 other teams atop their division in the AFC. Like, it feels like we kind of have a sense of what the first class of the NFL looks like. And on top of the fact that the Chiefs are a part of the first class, they've also got, a 2-game lead over both both Houston and Buffalo, and really a 4-game lead or a 4-game loss lead over the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. What do you make of Baltimore and their loss to the Cleveland Browns? That was surprising because, whether Jameis had an amazing game or not, I mean, 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, they give up 29 points. I was a little surprised that, people complain that the Ravens abandoned the run game in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs with Gus Edwards, and the Chiefs' rush defense was really good. 11 carries for Derrick Henry in a game that was within a score almost the entire game is pretty surprising, and they lose 29-24, and they give up 29 points to the Browns. I mean, defensively, I still have my questions about this Ravens team.
Yeah, especially in the secondary, right? I mean, that secondary, they just can't stop anybody right now. They're amongst the league's worst in terms of passing yards allowed per game, which, because they have played every single game. They also are amongst the league's worst in terms of total yards allowed through the air so far this season. Jameis Winston yesterday was unafraid to test them deep. Jameis Winston completed 8 of 11 passes yesterday on throws that traveled at least 15 yards in the air. 2 of those for touchdowns. Deshaun Watson, just for context, had 1 touchdown with at least 15 air yards this entire season. So this Browns offense, which had been stuck in neutral, and that might be putting it kind for the first 6.5 weeks of the season, has all of a sudden kind of found some life, and the Ravens did nothing to take that away yesterday. So, Baltimore has some incredible strengths. Obviously, their running game is outstanding, and, Lamar Jackson is, right near the top of the MVP ballot for those that care about MVP ballots after 8 games. That being said, they can't stop anybody on the back end, and they lost some pieces this offseason, no doubt, but it feels like maybe the coordinator change in Baltimore has been about as impactful of a move that they made on defense this offseason. And, it won't be this bad every single week. But Baltimore, who faces Denver this Sunday, Denver's got to be feeling pretty good about how their offense is moving the football these days, is probably not going to Baltimore and saying to themselves, we're scared of trying to test that secondary because they simply are not a feared group right now.
Yeah, my concern with Baltimore coming into the season was the brain drain on defense, and we've seen that for this team so far.
Seems real. Totally.
Yeah. Field Yates from ESPN is our guest, NFL insider. Tyreek Stevenson, is he good enough to overcome what happened there at the end where the Bears just simply move on with them? Or is this one of those to where talent versus how much a team is willing to put up sort of that scale, that sliding scale, that weight scale, gets tested?
No, he's definitely good enough that he'll stick around, but just disappointing. Losing the game in that fashion is heartbreaking. I mean, that's one of those where I don't care whether you're a Bears fan, you're not a Bears fan, like you just feel bad for a team to go down in that fashion, especially after I don't know how much of that game you're able to watch concurrent to the Chiefs game. I thought there was some high-level football in that second half yesterday by Caleb Williams in that offense. He basically conducted 2 game-winning drives yesterday, and they didn't win the game. Right, I mean, one, they get down to the 1-yard line and they hand a football off to their left guard who's a backup left guard at that. I mean, that's just, it's unforgivable, right? And then they end up scoring a touchdown later and, lose that game in that fashion is bad. But, yeah, Tyreek Stevenson, I guess the thing that you have to ask yourself as a coaching staff is where have we gone? And how do we allow a player to feel as though he deserves or he's entitled to make that kind of move or act that way, right? Like, what are we not coaching during the week, you know? And, the Bears are obviously going to have some look-in-the-mirror moments today with, how things went yesterday. But I can imagine that amongst the most important lessons they'll have is, personal accountability. You just don't want to be in a spot where any player is making headlines for the way that he is acting before the game is even over. So a tough look for a really good young player there yesterday, but unfortunately one that he's going to have to wear all week. And if they don't win on Sunday, then, you just hope that yesterday, for the Bears' sake, is not kind of a moment in which the season sort of teeters on the brink the other way.
Yeah. Visiting with Field Yates from ESPN NFL Insider. One more for you before we let you go. Anthony Richardson was tired on third down after running a pretty decent amount, he said, and he tapped out and took himself out of the game. How do you think that goes over with the Indianapolis Colts players, with your quarterback that said I was a little too tired and I needed to come out for third and goal down by 10?
Yeah, that's one of those where I'd be surprised if anybody within the organization, especially on that roster as a player, says anything publicly. But we all know how that kind of thing goes over privately, right? It's a unique situation because I don't think we really ever see this.
No.
So it's not like we have a lot of other examples to point to and say, yeah, that one time that so-and-so tapped himself out of the game, here's how the players reacted. But, I heard our guy Damian Woody over here at ESPN this morning talking about how, listen, I'm an offensive lineman. All right, I put it all out there every single snap. I don't carry 240 pounds like you do. I might carry 100 more pounds or 75 more pounds than you do. And nobody says to me, hey, you good after every single play? Some 350-pound nose tackle might land on my ankle. But the next play, if they're running up behind me or on the gap next to me, I better not do anything other than my job, right? So it's disappointing. I don't want to lose sight of the forest through the trees. That's disappointing, but what's more disappointing is that Anthony Richardson's at a 44% completion percentage this season. Just not good whatsoever. So he's got to get it right, and that's an interesting one because I think that team's good enough to make a push for the 7th spot in the playoffs in the AFC. The question is, how much of a leash does Anthony Richardson have? Do you have to see this through because, the ceiling for your franchise you believe is higher with him as opposed to a different quarterback? Or do you say, we've got the most capable backup in the entire NFL, Joe Flacco, sitting there waiting in the wings. Let's save this season by putting Joe Flacco back in, which could come at the cost of Anthony Richardson's long-term development.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Hey, are you surprised the reporter didn't take Trevon Diggs up on his invitation to talk about these nuts?
That was unbelievably hilarious. I swear to you, I saw the headline from some media web. I think it was Awful Announcing. And I really thought it was just like a joke, like there's no way. And I should not, if that reporter, I don't think that reporter was like personally offended and taken it in a way that's like,
he tweeted out and said, I didn't pursue the conversation with Trevon.
Yeah, good. Mike is a high-level reporter down there in Dallas. Yeah. And I got to be honest with you, I just laughed. Like, it's ridiculous. Now, we were talking about the culture for, the Bears and like, are you doing that? Are you allowing a player to act that way on the field? For the Cowboys, same deal there, right? Like, let's get it together here. Like, let's make sure that we don't have players that feel emboldened to drop D's nuts jokes to local reporters after a game in which they once again just did not get the job done, 30-24, and they went cold in that third quarter, a 21-0 third quarter against San Francisco, totally changed the tenor. So I'd be looking a little bit more into the mirror and asking, like, can we get this pass defense right before we start worrying about, and not even just pass defense, but tackling, as we saw last night as well. Can we get that stuff right before we start to, worry about what we're saying to the local media?
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with that. Field Yates from ESPN, NFL Insider. Field, you are the man. Appreciate it. Next week, we'll talk a little bit about previewing the Chiefs and Buccaneers that particular night. Thank you for the time, as always. Enjoy the football. We'll talk next week.
Sounds good. Talk to you then.
Absolutely. There's Field Yates from ESPN NFL Insider talking about the Chiefs' newest acquisition, Joshua Uche, the New England Patriots pass rusher, who has is it 21st, Sterling, out of 190?
25th.
25th highest graded pass rusher, according to Pro Football Focus, out of 190. He plays about 30% of the snaps for the New England Patriots. he isn't just specifically a pass rush specialist. There was a couple of videos. People are throwing videos out there now of Uche, who, by the way, said when he re-signed with the Patriots, he wants to go by Joshua, and then he said his pronunciation is Uche, like Shay. So okay. Uche. So I thought it was Uche the whole time. I called him Josh Uche. So I was wrong on both.
Yeah, you're the problem.
I know, right? But he wants to go by Joshua Uche. So those in Kansas City that are going to be talking about Joshua Uche, who is the newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs, number 55 for the New England Patriots, coming over from New England, a 2-6, 2-7 team to 2-6 to join a
2-6. Well, it feels like they've lost more.
They haven't played 9 games
like
yet.
They've lost.
Haven't played 9 games yet. I'm pretty sure there's only been 8 weeks of football, but 2-6. He now joins a 7-0 team. Joshua Uche, number 25 at Pro Football Focus of pass rush defensive ends. Also, since 2022, his pass rush win rate of 17.5% is the 5th best in the NFL. So the 5th best pass rush win rate is the 5th best. He leads the Patriots in pass rush win rate, even though he's 8 pressures behind the leader for the Patriots. He only has 1 sack this year, but again, he's I don't know how many pass rushing reps he's had since the Patriots haven't exactly been leading a lot of games. So I think he'll get more opportunity to rush the passer for the Kansas City Chiefs than he did with the New England Patriots. I do wonder if this has anything to do with Omenihu. Do they feel like he's still in a position to return, and now you're adding in with Omenihu? That this is just, hey, this is icing on the cake. You get Uche and Omenihu. Is there a concern with Omenihu as to when he returns, how good he'll be? Don't know what the latest would be on Mike Dana, his Michigan teammate.
Well, and that could be it, too. Does this mean Mike Dana's injury is more serious than expected? FAU's been okay, but you're not ready to say, hey, FAU, here you go, 80% of the snaps, you're on.
Yeah. So Uche is now in the mix, in the fold for the Chiefs. They gave up a 6th-rounder in 2026 for Joshua Uche. If you're wondering about the cap hit, his base salary is 1.3, so you're looking at, what, 700, 750, 800,000 roughly that you would take a cap hit on this year. That is incredibly doable. Apparently the story was he could have taken a multi-year deal for much more money than what he signed in New England. Wanted to return to New England, return there on a 1-year deal, reasonable cost. And now with that reasonable cost, he's now a Kansas City Chief. And I guess he would have got an active – so he was inactive on Sunday. So his contract called for an active roster bonus of $40,000. So he was inactive because they were trading him.
Sure.
Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
So inactive because of looking to trade him, like we see in baseball all the time. His active roster bonus would have been $40,000. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's going to make that up with playoff checks. He'll make up the $40,000 with the playoff checks he gets this year. Playing for the Chiefs. I'm going to go out on a limb and think that that's the case.
You are a bold man.
I think he's going to make up that $40,000 active roster game bonus that he would have had over the weekend. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue rolling, and we'll hear from Andy Reid next here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Holmes, Dylan Michaels heading up until 2 o'clock. Mick Schaefer, we'll talk with him. We're hanging out at Oakwood Country Club today. The Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on today. You can go to kcblues.org to learn more about how you can support the program and youth rugby in the Kansas City area, kcblues.org. Let's hear from Andy Reid, the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, as they get set for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a week from today. Andy Reid talking, and here is his opening statement at his Monday press conference.
Watching the tape as I did last night or yesterday afternoon, that there were a lot of good things that we did. I thought defensively we played some dominant football at times, and very important times, in particular when our back was to the wall there. We were able to keep them out of the end zone, and that was big as the game went on, the result of the game. Again, there are a lot of things we can work on, but between the 5 sacks and the tackling that we made, I thought we were very strong in the tackling area. We were very strong in the knockback area, where at the line of scrimmage. Chris Jones always a force, but you also saw he's a force in the run game as much as he was in the pass game. So he did a nice job there. And I mean, I can go on and on with that. It was, good to get a mixture of our young guys in the secondary going. I think we'll be okay there. I think it's just a matter of more play time between 2 and 30, and just working through those things. Those are good players. They're young, and we got to keep growing there. So experience will help that. Offensively, again, I felt there were some really good things there. Against a good defense. I don't want to slight their defense at all, because they're ranked pretty high in the NFL. So, but I thought our guys did some nice things there, especially with the pass game part of it, with the protection. Anytime you can keep 98 out of the backfield and off the quarterback, that's a positive thing. Pat did a couple nice things when there was a little bit of pressure, rolling out and hitting receivers. He had a nice day in general with his pass percentages and numbers and all that. So he had a couple touchdowns thrown in there, over 250 yards throwing. So those are all positives. I thought Kareem ran hard. That's a stout front that's really good against the run, but he ran hard and had positive yards as opposed to negative yards. We can do even better there, and as we go. But some of the important categories were the third downs. We're very productive on third downs. We were very productive in the red zone. And those, that leads to longer drives. It leads to points and ends up being a big production number. So for both those spots. Special teams, it was great to have Bucker drill a couple field goals there. That was great, and his extra points were good too. So he had a nice day, as did our punter. So that was positive.
Yeah, special teams was fine when it came to the kicking and the punting. It was the coverage team and return team that left a lot to be desired, with blocks in the back and a late hit by Joshua Williams, the late hit, and the blocks in the back by Jaden Hicks. Matt Derrick asked Andy Reid about naming Kareem Hunt one of the captains.
Yeah, he was in that class with Patrick, and it's almost like he kind of never left. I mean, that's how I think the guys that have been here see that, and then the guys that haven't been here have always heard about Kareem and the guys talking about him. So I think that's, he has that veteran leadership ability, runs tough, and so he's been welcomed back as if he hadn't left, and that's why we felt comfortable doing that.
He's been averaging north of 20 touches a game since he got here. And some of his average yards per carry has gone down each game. Broken tackles has gone down. Is that a workload that you're comfortable with going forward and sustainable for him?
Yeah, well, listen, he didn't have training camp, so I look at it like it's the third day of training camp. He'll start picking it up as we go here now. So he's had good work, and I think he'll be even more productive going forward.
Yeah, you do wonder about that, like if he's started to wear down a little bit. I mean, 21 carries, 59 yards, less than 3 yards per carry. You said the Raiders have a stout run defense, but that middle run game between the tackles not as successful against the Raiders as it's been the last couple of weeks, but still was grinding out 2, 3, 4 yards each play. But again, 21 carries, 59 yards, 1 catch, 4 yards for Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, I love the question from Matt Derrick because we kind of talked about this as well, as far as, is he getting too much work at this point? Is it almost hurting some of the efficiency numbers? I was a little surprised by Andy Reid's answer. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be. The whole training camp didn't go through OTAs, all that stuff. But
it seems like a reason enough to not have him carry the ball this many times.
I would be team gives Samaje 3 carries a game and maybe Carson Steele 4, and just get Kareem Hunt back to that 16, 17 carries, 15 carries instead of the 20-plus.
Yeah, Carson Steele had 2. Samaje did not carry it. So 23 handoffs, 21 of those to Kareem Hunt. Pete Sweeney asking Andy Reid how DeAndre Hopkins looked.
Yeah, Pete, I thought he looked good out there and did a nice job. He did a nice job in the run game, did a nice job in the pass game, had the big third down catch and right off the bench, and did well with that. So, he's a good football player, and being able to fit in more will even be better, I think, as we go forward here. So he was chomping at the bit on the sideline, wanting to play, and at the same time knowing that he didn't have all of it down. So there was a patience there, but he was into the game, and I think you'll be able to see more of this next game.
We'll go next to Nick Jacobs. Nick?
And Kelsey, I'll have a follow-up, please. Andy, the long drive drills you guys do in training camp, how do you feel like they've helped this team be able to sustain and continue to have some of these long drives and be effective and punch those in?
Yeah, Nick. I know the guys, they talk about them, and it's a good foundation builder, I think, that you can kind of bank on. You've gone into that dark area within yourself on those long drive drills, and so when you're in a game now and you're going, it's you can go there, and you can function at a high level, and so I think it builds a confidence in the guys once you get into the season.
And where you guys were at bye week as an offense, where do you feel like you guys have improved? Because from a red zone perspective, it seems like it's really kind of gone up a level.
Yeah, Matt put a lot of emphasis on the red zone in the bye week, and he and David Girardi work on that extensively. So it has improved. We've done a nice job down in there, and we just got to keep it going as we go. We saw some things we can do even better the next time around. So but it has been improved. It's because of Matt really pounding down on that area.
The Chiefs were 2 of 7 in the red zone against the Saints before the bye week. They are now 7 of 9 since the bye week in these last 2 games in converting touchdowns in trips to the red zone. The other 2 that they did not convert, both of them ended up being field goals, so no turnovers down there in the red zone. So, yeah, that's been a huge difference in this offense as to why they've scored 27.5 points the last 2 weeks because of those red zone conversions, third down conversions as well. Soren Petro asked Andy Reid how big it was to get a pass rush from his front 7.
Yeah, so that helps. It helps the secondary. Any pressure that you can put on the quarterback We're going to add another guy in here with Uche. Veach has made a trade for, so with the Patriots. So that will be a nice addition too going forward. But we understand that you take care of business up front, it helps everybody. And Chris Jones not only did it in the pass game, but he did in the run game. And people always say, "Wow, how is he in the run?" Well, he's making tackles behind the line of scrimmage here, so that's a positive thing.
And then just overall, the left tackle spot. I know it's been a work in progress. Just what you thought and where it stands going forward.
Yeah, listen, we had too many penalties there, so we got to work on that, cut that back, and we're young and growing, so we got to just keep bearing down there.
Yeah, the pass rush pretty good for the Chiefs in this game, and as Andy Reid said there, they get an addition with Joshua Uche to the Chiefs. 2026 sixth rounder is sent to the New England Patriots. The Chiefs have not tweeted out that it is official that Uche is a Kansas City Chief. I kind of assumed that Andy Reid would know nothing about Joshua Uche. I couldn't believe that. I thought somebody would ask him about Joshua Uche, or they just said, look, we asked him last week different ways about DeAndre Hopkins, what kind of a player he was, and he wouldn't even weigh in on what it's like to watch DeAndre Hopkins play. Not saying that he's a Chief, and like, Veach is handling all that. I know nothing about DeAndre Hopkins or really anything. He just said, I know nothing. Joshua Uche, that was reported about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago, that he's a Kansas City Chief. The Chiefs haven't tweeted out saying it's official. And Andy Reid offers it up that we're getting additional help with Joshua Uche being traded.
So according to Andy Reid, Joshua Uche is now a Chief.
Yeah. At 5:50 in the morning on Wednesday morning, the news came down that the Chiefs were trading for DeAndre Hopkins. The NFL's official Twitter account tweeted out a couple of hours later the Chiefs had traded for DeAndre Hopkins. At noon, Andy Reid didn't know anything about it and wouldn't weigh in on it. 45 minutes after Uche is reported to be traded to the Chiefs, Andy Reid weighing in on Joshua Uche, who's the newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs. So there you go. That makes it official. It's officially official now for Andy Reid. So, he is now a part of the fold. DeAndre Hopkins played 32% of the snaps. He got one more snap in the game, or two more snaps in the game than Mecole Hardman. Mecole Hardman played 29% of the snaps. He was the third most in wide receiver snaps was DeAndre Hopkins.
How many total snaps was that?
It was 23. So Justin Watson played 55 snaps, which was 76%. Xavier Worthy played 38 snaps, which was 53%. And then DeAndre Hopkins, 23 snaps, 32%. And then Mecole Hardman played 21 snaps. So 23 and 21. And then after that, Montrell Washington played 5 snaps on offense. But they had the 4 tight end set. I mean, Jared Wiley played 25% of the game.
Yeah.
Jody Fortson played 25% of the game. Kelsey played 79%. Noah Gray played 72%. Like, they went
a lot of 12
almost
personnel.
the entire game with Kelsey and Gray out there on the field. A lot of 12 personnel. And then Justin Watson out there, obviously. And some 13 personnel out there.
How about Watson getting involved, too, by the way?
Yeah.
Watson had 3 nice catches, nice receptions on a broken play. Mahomes pointed to him, and he found the soft spot.
Yeah.
That was nice from Justin Watson.
Yet another game in which Noah Gray has a tough catch and catches the ball.
My goodness.
The thing was
hands of a guy tipped, and he still was able to keep his hands underneath. That was
it's a third down play, too,
very impressive.
The guy just simply does not drop the ball. I mean, Noah Gray is
well, you can't say that now. Jason,
he doesn't drop the ball. I jinxed it. Was he going to drop the ball today in practice?
Could.
Or tomorrow or Wednesday?
Possible.
Okay, great. Get them all out.
Because of J.A.
Get all the dropsies out from him. That would be perfectly fine. I don't care. What play? What was that? Oh, it was 3rd and 5. Yeah, it was early on after the goal line stand. So after the goal line stand, Chiefs get the ball at the 8-yard line because of the sack that they lost 5 yards. Kareem Hunt for 5, Kareem Hunt for 4. Mahomes scrambled for 3. So a new set of downs. Carson Steele for 4, Carson Steele for 1. So 3rd and 5 is when Mahomes threw the ball to Worthy. It was tipped, and Noah Gray, right place, right time, and caught it. That extended the drive, continued what ended up being a 19-play drive They got the 24-yard field goal out of it to put the Chiefs up by a touchdown. But, man, Noah Gray continues to come through for this team. And it'll only get better with DeAndre Hopkins getting more comfortable in there, playing 32% of the snaps. That's surprising that he played that many snaps there for the Chiefs. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue rolling more zone right after this, hanging out at Oakwood Country Club. It is the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament sponsored by Arvest Bank. But go to kcblues.org to learn more about all of the money they are, all the ways they are raising money to help out youth in the area for rugby. Not just the money that they're raising here at this golf tournament for the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club in general, but all the different camps and things that they do to try to support rugby in the area for the youth and grow the game. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue rolling. More zone next. in the next hour. We're hanging out at Oakwood because of the Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on today, kcblues.org, where you can check out how you can be a supporter of the Kansas City Blues and all the things they are doing in the area to grow the game of rugby with the Heartland Youth Rugby Camps each year, kindergarten through 8th grade. They've got 12 high school teams in the KC Metro that participate in a growing sport around the area, and the Kansas City Blues Supporters Club helping to cover the operating expenses, administration, professional coaching, recruiting, support of the youth rugby as well. It's kcblues.org, and the money they raise here at Oakwood Country Club goes to the organization and those camps to help out the youth rugby and grow the sport here in the Kansas City area. We will talk with Mick Schaefer, KSHB 41 Sports Director, coming up next. Learn Funniest Best in the next hour as well.
And now, on Sports Radio 810 Sports Center.
This SportsCenter update is brought to you by Heartland Financial and Mortgage, where their one and only priority is putting people first. Check them out at hfmkc.com. Chiefs weren't done in acquiring moves at the deadline. Not only DeAndre Hopkins, but now pass rusher Joshua Uche in a trade with the New England Patriots, confirmed by Andy Reid today. It is going to be a 2026 sixth-rounder on the move heading back to New England. Uche, 26 years old, has 2 sacks in 6 games this year and 20 and a half sacks in his career. Also, Royals catcher Salvador Perez wins the Roberto Clemente Award. That honor awarded annually to the player whose humanitarian efforts exemplify off-the-field service. This is SportsCenter.
All right, we're hanging out here at Oakwood Country Club. Jason Anderson, Sterling Holmes, Mick Schaefer, Dylan Michaels. It's The Zone on a Monday. The Kansas City Blues Rugby Club fundraiser golf tournament going on today, kcblues.org, where you can go and check out more information, see how you can support the program, get involved, and all the money that they raise goes to the organization, and also with a lot of these Heartland Youth Rugby camps that they have for kindergarten through 8th grade, 12 high school teams in the KC Metro that participate in rugby, both men and women rugby. So you can go to kcblues.org to see how you can help out and give back as they try to grow the game of rugby here in Kansas City with all of the Heartland Youth Rugby camps. The Chiefs get the win 27-20 over the Raiders yesterday. They get ready for the Bucs a week from today. They are 7-0. Mick Schaefer hanging out with us, KSHB 41 sports director here at Oakwood Country Club. Mick, how are you, man?
Great.
God, you look good.
Dylan told me earlier that I should order, since I'm at the country club, a Bloody Mary, a steak sandwich, and a steak sandwich.
Whose tab is that going to be on?
The Underhills.
It's got to be on the Underhills.
Yeah. It's the nicest. This is the nicest place.
It's the Underhills tab, of course. John
Cocktoastin.
You aware of what we're talking about?
No, I'm just drinking my margarita over here. I'm just vibing.
Figured as much. He knows about the.
Was it a book?
Yes.
It was actually.
What book was it?
Fletch was a book
Fletch
before.
was a book?
Yeah, lots of books. There's a lot more books they could turn into movies. They just never did.
Interesting. I figured he would know about the soundtrack of Fletch instead of the actual movie.
I'd probably
that would be the music part of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Harold Funkemeyer, what was his name?
He's a funky Meyer, that guy.
Yeah, sure. I will take your word for it on that one. Mick, your takeaway, the Chiefs get the win over the Raiders. Should let people know if you're just joining us and didn't hear the news. Chiefs have made another trade. They have traded a 2026 sixth-rounder to the Patriots for Joshua Uche, the pass rushing specialist for the New England Patriots. Brett Veach adding a pass rusher to the mix. And if you care about Pro Football Focus or not, it's a data point. He ranks 25th of 190 defensive ends this year in pass rush grade. And since 2022, his pass rush win rate of 17.5% is the fifth best in the NFL. Base salary $1.3 million, so about $700,000 or $800,000 against the draft or the cap for the Chiefs, giving up that sixth rounder in 2026. He could have got a multi-year deal for a lot more money. Wanted to stay with New England for one more year. Now he gets to be on the Kansas City Chiefs in a 7-0 team. And if he walks in free agency and gets a multi-year deal, the Chiefs will probably get a sixth or seventh rounder back in compensation for the 2026
Free
draft.
Josh Uche day. It's just a free. They got Josh Uche for free.
They
basically.
actually could get Joshua Uche for free, like legit, if he signs for a multi-year somewhere, and they'll get that comp pick. Let's start with that first. That's the news of the day. So we'll start with that. Then we'll get your thoughts on the Raiders. But they bring in number 55 is going to be out there roaming, going after quarterbacks. Number 55.
Oh, he's wearing 55.
Will he smell blood in the water?
I hope so.
Probably so.
I hope so, because if he's his
metallic,
nickname,
it's metallic
Joshua
smell, yeah.
Uche,
Is there going to be water there?
Uche the Shark.
The Shark
is what he is nicknamed. It's weird. I don't think that's his nickname, but he'll be out there probably this weekend since DeAndre Hopkins was able to play after he got here, and he gets 2 days extra.
I feel like it's going to be easier to learn the defensive end position than it is the wide receiver position.
Go
Yes.
get the quarterback guy. Just go.
There's no like that sixth sense you got to develop with the Patrick Mahomes, or
right.
find some space in the zone. Or this is what we're thinking on this route tree. It's like, no, just go get him.
It's 3rd and 7.
Go get him. We got these pins for your ears. We're going to pin them back, and you take off. Okay?
That is odd, though, right before third down.
Why would you pin your ears
back?
They
do call timeout and individually pin the ears back.
I don't know where that came from.
Which is wild because they're in a helmet, too.
Yeah.
Like, the ears shouldn't have any aerodynamic effect on.
Let's find out.
Sterling, the helmet technology is off the charts these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, does the guarding cap actually hurt you? Like,
yeah.
Is it like a wind tunnel almost, where it's like a parachute behind you?
It does, but no, I think he'll have his ears pinned back. I love the trade. I love known guys now rather than unknown guys later, especially when the unknown guy is going to be a 6th-round draft pick. I know Brett Veach is very good on the final day of the draft and those later rounds, but you know what? I'll roll the dice that this is going to improve the team now for this year. And it really seems like, and I get it with injuries and all that stuff, it's kind of forced their hand, but they don't have to make all these trades. It feels like they're going after Super Bowl number 3 in a row, 4 overall with the kind of regime. harder than they have any of the other years here. It feels like this is a team on a mission. And if I'm a fan of another team, it's just another week of me throwing my hands up saying, okay, what does my team do? Why is my team – why are they not acting like the Chiefs?
Detroit.
And not just on the field, but off the field, right? Where's this sense of urgency with my 5-2 team, with my 4-3 team?
You'd think Detroit, who lost Aiden Hutchinson, would be a 2026 sixth-rounder. You're telling me that they wouldn't be like, oh, yeah. Well,
this guy had double-digit sacks a couple of years ago.
Correct, in 2022. I'm perplexed that is all it took to bring in a guy of the caliber of Joshua Uche.
Yeah, I love it. And when they get Omenihu back, I don't know if this means anything in relation to Omenihu. Is the recovery not coming along as fast as they would hope, or are they just
That's
simply
the first thing I thought of? Yeah.
Or are they just planning on, you see what Turk is doing a year, playing football for a year after the ACL, and now this is the year after, where he says, his legs are back. Last year, he didn't feel like his legs were under him, and he had more time to recover from his ACL. He did that in the middle of the season. Omenihu did this in late January. So when he comes back, hey, you know what? If relying on Omenihu to be the guy that he was last season and during the playoffs, he may be that, and if he is, boom, awesome. But going out and getting this guy helps you make up for if Omenihu isn't that guy.
I think a lot of times when you're back, you're not back. You're out there on the field. You're doing stuff. You're a NFL player doing NFL player things. But it takes so much time, especially with that injury, to be back to being to your normal self and not thinking about it and being productive. And that's exactly what
return to play, return to production.
Yeah.
Return to play and return to production are two different things.
Very much so.
And Turk Wharton last year returned to play. This year he's returned to production.
I guess I would also say is, what does this mean in regards to Mike Dana and his injury?
Yeah.
Because he's been out with the pec injury, and maybe it's not as serious. We have no idea, but this would lead me to believe that maybe it's not just Charles Omenihu related, but it could be Mike Dana related.
Yeah, they just needed help. I mean, they needed help rushing the passer, that's for sure, because you can blitz a lot, and Spags loves to blitz. He ain't going to stop blitzing just because he got a pass rusher. But they needed somebody to help rush the passer, not named Chris Jones, and Karlaftis has had a good year, and he's got some pressures and some sacks the last couple of weeks. But it's been a part of this defense that's been lacking. And if you're putting pressure on the quarterback without blitzing, you're helping out the secondary. That's a younger secondary. So maybe it was a cornerback at this price that can make an impact for whatever the draft pick might cost is not available to us.
Yeah.
How do we help out the cornerback position? Let's put pressure on the quarterback, so let's go out and get a pass rusher to help us out in that standpoint.
And I think when you're joining the Chiefs defense, it's very similar these days now to joining the Chiefs offense in that, like we talk all the time about guys like Juju Smith-Schuster, and also ran on a bad Patriots team last year, right? Comes in, carries the Chiefs for a couple games in receiving before he has an injury. And now I think that same dynamic exists on the defensive side to where, like, this defense can elevate a player. You can be more than what you were on this bad team because, Chris Jones is kind of the Patrick Mahomes of this defense, and you have all these other parts in place that are going to not only help you succeed but kind of elevate you to a better player and more production. And I see that happening.
Unfortunately for Wanya Morris, he has a rough game yesterday, and then there's a lot of people retweeting a video of the Chiefs and Patriots last year of Joshua Uche against Wanya Morris, in which he just picked him up and tossed him back to Patrick Mahomes, and then ran after Mahomes, and Mahomes ended up throwing the ball away. But
maybe that play is why he's in Kansas City now. Maybe that's stuck in the heads of the Chiefs as well.
Here's Uche versus Wanya Morris, and Wanya Morris is like, really? Come on, man. I'm already –
It's actually just for practice. Uche is just here for practice. They said, we'll spend a 2026 sixth rounder so Uche can, and Wanya can go at it. That's what it is.
That's probably what it is, yeah. Poor Wanya. He already got knocked down a lot yesterday, and both literally and figuratively.
He's like, luckily I don't have to see that guy ever again.
Yes, he's on my side. You know what? You don't have to see him again. You ain't going live in practice against that guy, so you're fine, man. It's all good in the hood for Wanya. I don't know if he'll be starting. I don't know if it's going to be good in the hood for him next Monday against the Buccaneers, or Kingsley's going to be in there. That's something the Chiefs will certainly have to answer. But Mick, we started off before giving the news of the day. The Chiefs get the win against the Raiders. Any general takeaway for them? Another week, another win.
Chiefs type win, right? A lot of mistakes. Didn't like it. We'd gone a while, I think, without just kind of a lot of dumb penalties. I thought there were a lot of dumb penalties. I love Peyton Manning will have this rant on
Peyton or Peyton?
Peyton.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, Peyton.
Very good. And he'll go on a rant about, like, is like half the time we'd get out there after a score on offense, and we're backed up in our own end zone, in the shadow of our own end zone, because some dumb special teams guy decided to have a hothead play, and he goes, and it was always a defensive guy on special teams that would do it. I just throw my hands up. I'm like, I don't know how this is normalized, and I mean, just back-to-back drives that really killed the Chiefs' offense in that second half, and the second one led to the pick. I mean, the very different play call is going to be made whether between the 10 and the 25. And you're not going to be yourselves at the 10-yard line. They weren't themselves for 2 straight drives. So I didn't like that, and on how this special teams. The Joshua Williams deal, I mean, the guy flopped. But if you're Joshua Williams, you're 5 yards out of bounds. Don't do anything
trying to rip
to
the
him.
ball out.
Don't do anything to him. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Even if you rip the ball out, you're out of bounds.
Exactly.
What is going to happen?
Well,
Nice.
It's a selfish, I got you, this play type move. Look what I did. And so, yeah, it's selfish. It's not putting team above self.
I think one of the dumbest. I like Jaden Hicks, but I think one of the, and he's not the only one that does it, but one of the dumbest penalties in sports is a block in the back. I think it's as dumb as it gets.
It's so easy to avoid, and it's so obvious.
Like if you teach tape of getting your hands inside to block, and then the guy starts to get away from you and hold just a little bit too long, and then you let go holding. Oh, that sucks. It's part of the game. Hand gets a little too high when you're trying to jam, and it's hand to the face. Unfortunate underthrown pass, and it's pass interference or whatever. You get tangled up with a player, and you get like some of those things are like, hey, it's football. You can see that this is a block in the back. The guy's running away from you. Just don't hit him.
And everybody can see it. I mean, it's really hard to see all the holding going on out there.
Yeah.
It's really easy to see a guy fall on his front. Right? If you fall on your front, okay, you're blocked in the back. You fall on your back, you're blocked in front. It's legal. And it's so you're exactly right.
So
it's
annoying,
so
man.
annoying.
I cannot stand it. It bothers me more than other penalties.
But I thought, because I thought that was the Chiefs offense that could have put up 37 points yesterday very easily, the way they're moving the ball in the first half. But it seems like there's always that kind of lull in the game where things just don't go right when they really could very easily go right. And it cost them some possessions and some points and some, gray hairs at the end of the game when they have to, no pun intended, kick a onside kick to Gray and him not catch it.
It was Fortson.
Oh, it's Fortson.
Fortson didn't catch it. Gray did get it.
Oh, that's right.
Because Gray catches everything.
He did.
Gray catches everything, man. It's what he does. I mean, the guy just...
He'll never not catch something.
Never not catching. That's what I've said about Noah. Even when the ball isn't to him.
Even
the ball's to Xavier Worthy, it's tipped up, and Gray will still catch it.
It's an NNC. Never not catching.
That's what we
exactly
say
what it is
about Noah Gray. How much of a concern then is we joke about Wanya Morris? It wasn't a joking matter in the game yesterday, but bigger concern left tackle or the second cornerback? Because both of those were big flashing red lights in the game yesterday against the Raiders. I mean, the answer is probably yes, but
I'll go with left tackle because that's the closest thing to Patrick Mahomes. That's a big part of it, although I think he has learned to live, right, with subpar play at left tackle, and he can be just fine. But, yeah, if I could shore up one of those two over the other, I would go left tackle.
Yeah, I would as well.
My one pushback is I agree. Wanya Morris was brutal yesterday. I mean, he had himself a really bad game.
One of the worst games I think I've seen from a tackle in Kansas City.
But overall, I don't want to judge him on his
and that
worst
team played
day.
in the Super Bowl against the Bucs with their offensive line that night. But
like
still.
I feel like we're all going and like, well, Wanya, look how bad he is, and Kingsley or Donovan Smith. I'm like, yeah, but what did he do prior to that? I think he's been fine.
He's had
this
some
season.
days that are close to that bad.
No, I disagree. I think for the most part he's been serviceable. I think yesterday was a disaster. I think yesterday was it was a Kingsley disaster yesterday. But overall,
I think it was worse than what Kingsley did against the Bengals.
I would think it was worse than Kingsley against Hendrickson.
I think it was pretty close.
And guess what? You're going to see Crosby again, and you're going to see a lot of guys like Crosby, if not just as good, pretty close to it. I mean, everybody drafts really good ends in the pass rushers in the NFL. Even bad teams have really good dudes that can get to the quarterback.
But my point is, we can all agree that was his worst game as a Kansas City Chief by far, correct?
Yeah.
So we probably shouldn't judge him in totality on that one game.
Well, I mean, how many total games has he played?
Well, he's probably started 11 games, 10 games in his NFL career.
Well, this was his. He started from game 3 on, so he started these 4 games, and then when he filled in for Donovan Smith, so probably 6 or 7 last year, maybe. maybe 3 or 4. I don't know how many it was last year for Wanye. But here's the thing: like, we've judged Kingsley off the game against the Bengals, and the Chiefs judged Kingsley off the game against the Bengals, and that was his worst.
My response is the Chiefs are doing that.
Worst of 2 games.
Chiefs did that with Carson Steele. Remember that guy?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
barely.
They went and got Kareem Hunt. Like, enough of this.
Did, yes.
To heck with this guy. Not happening again. But I do wonder what the Chiefs will do this week, because Kingsley got pulled against the Bengals
in the middle of
Trey
the game.
Hendrickson.
I don't know how Wanye didn't. Well, it makes me wonder what's going on with Kingsley in practice between games here, that they don't make that sub again, because that was your guy all training camp, right? That was your guy, and then all of a sudden he wasn't.
I don't know if I was more surprised or as surprised that Wanya Morris stayed in the game as Drew Pine continued to stay in the game for Missouri. Like, I don't know which one was like, who should be pulled quicker.
Drew Pine. What?
Because I do think Wanya Morris knew he played for the Chiefs. I'm not sure that Drew Pine knew he played for the team not in red in that game. But go ahead.
I just think we need to have a conversation in college football about how bad backups are now, because nobody's waiting around to start.
Exactly.
They're going to transfer out and go to the next team. Maybe it's a tier down. Doesn't matter. I want to go play. Oklahoma State's backup quarterback, starting quarterback was awful. Their backup quarterback situation is awful. And so many of these teams across the country, minus Texas, I guess, there's just this huge drop-off. And that's what I was thinking the entire time I was watching that Mizzou game this weekend.
UNLV, baby. How does UNLV have 2 guys?
Right, yeah.
How does Indiana have 2 guys?
Yeah,
Mizzou has no one.
It's a great question. I'm not sure. I mean, when Sam Horn went down, it's like, okay, well, that's why you go and get a Drew Pine, because you need somebody there behind Brady Cook that may have played before. I mean, guys had some good games.
Has he played before?
To be fair,
he played at Notre Dame.
But did he play
that was Drew Pine in Tuscaloosa. Playing against Alabama.
He didn't look any better when he came in and filled in for Brady Cook the game prior.
I don't disagree.
Auburn, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. They would have
He
lost.
should be
against Auburn.
riding the Pine. Like, no.
But it's J.R. Blood.
Yes.
I'm not disagreeing.
Luther Burden in a Wildcat. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, I've seen people say just run Luther Burden out of the Wildcat against Oklahoma when you come back from the bye week. Spend the bye week getting Brady Cook healthy, but then also
bring Chip Kelly in for a little show of how do you run the Wildcat, right? Chip Kelly.
Wildcat.
Yeah, just show us how, and then brutal.
Yeah, but speaking of that, the Chiefs did improve in the red zone, so that's good.
Last couple games, right?
7 of 9 the last 2 games in the red zone. They have clearly cleaned that up.
Wait, are you saying 7 of 9 touchdowns?
Yep.
Yeah.
9 trips to the red zone.
9 for 9 in scoring.
But 9 for 9 for scoring.
For the longest time, they weren't. They weren't
turnovers.
Yeah.
They had some rough turnovers there in the red zone, and now they've converted every single one of them, but 7 of those being touchdowns.
Yes.
And that's been a huge difference.
That's 2 words. Kareem Hunt.
You're not wrong. I mean,
it's
especially
moving,
goal to go,
and not only that, but just like those kind of quiet yards that maybe you got 1st and goal from the 9, whereas before that run is stuffed and you got 2nd goal from the 9. No, he's going to power forward. You got 2nd goal from the 6 there, right? And all of a sudden there's more you can do at that point. And then also, of course, getting down to the 1 or 2 yard line. And I don't think, with Pacheco, that first touchdown there, if he's swallowed up like that, like Hunt was, I don't think there's any way he gets in the end zone. Instead, it's Hunt churning and
Trey
staying
Smith,
alive long enough to
pushing.
get those offensive linemen to just do the tush push and get him in there.
I feel like if we gave out percentage touchdowns, I think Trey Smith would have like 2 or 3 this year. It's like a war. Somebody gets a war, like a touchdown war, a touchdowns above replacement for an offensive lineman. He may have like a 0.2 or 0.3 of that touchdown for Kareem Hunt.
Along those same lines, how many tackles does Patrick Mahomes have now on interceptions?
Yeah, he needs to stop doing that. Although
it worked yesterday.
His tackle
might have saved a touchdown.
It might have saved them losing the game. Who knows? Yeah. They get that goal line stop, and then the Chiefs go down and get a field goal and take up, I think a quarter and a half of football, 19 plays, 90 yards in a drive.
They were pacing that first half for both teams to only have 2 possessions, and then the last few minutes they exchanged it back and forth. But yeah, there's some long drives in that game.
Yeah, that third quarter really hurt me. That third quarter was rough with the Chiefs getting just a few plays there. Four
Sounds
total,
like a gambler talking there.
Four
Sterling.
plays for the Chiefs.
Maybe a bad one, you know what I'm saying?
Jason issue. Could have bet the other side. If
Mahomes 300 yards passing plus 250, and he had 200 at halftime.
He had 192 at halftime.
Felt pretty good about that one. That third quarter running
you
four
just
plays.
know that lull's coming, though, man.
I didn't expect four plays in the third quarter.
It's like Thanksgiving dinner,
that.
okay? It's like when you have Thanksgiving. Like you go for your first, and you get pretty full, and you're like, oh, look great this food is. You have to give that little lull. Right.
Holmes was locked
and
in, though.
then you go back.
I think if he didn't start both drives at the 8-yard line, I think they might have been a little bit better.
Well, you should have been happy because it's 92-yard potential.
Yeah, 19 plays, 90 yards, and actually it was three straight drives.
That was a very flag-happy crew too. Yesterday, they were looking for the holds and they were calling the holds.
It was 3 straight drives that started at their own 8-yard line. The punt, that was the block in the back, went back to the 8. The kickoff, that was the block in the back that went back to the 8. And then the turnover on downs, they sacked Gardner Minshew back at the 8.
That's hilarious.
So KC 8. 19 plays, 90 yards, took up 10 minutes of time.
Yeah, they ate all right. They ate that Antonio Pierce recipe.
Yeah, that's right. That was that recipe. The Mahomes rules really worked there for the
thank you, Dylan.
The Raiders. Yeah. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back on that note and get our Learn Funniest Best. What we learned from the weekend, funniest from the weekend, best from the weekend. That comes up next on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Hey, everybody, Kansas City's favorite football.
you. Dylan Michaels back at the station. Sterling Holmes, Mick Schaefer hanging out here at Oakwood Country Club. The KC Blues Club Rugby Club fundraiser going on today. Go to kcblues.org to go and check out how you can be a part and help out and support the KC Blues and the Heartland Youth Rugby Camps each year. It's time for Learn Funniest Best, and it's presented by Citywide Remodelers. If you're ready to turn your house into your dream home and upgrade your bedroom, kitchen, and bathrooms with top-notch craftsmanship, visit Citywide Remodelers at citywideremodelers.com. All right, so one of the things that I learned over the weekend, and I learned this last night after the Cowboys game, they end up losing. This was barely learned it over the weekend, okay? It was teetering on learning it on Monday morning. But I learned that Trevon Diggs searches his name on Twitter because this is before the locker room is open to the media. The media is gathering outside the locker room in the hall. Trevon Diggs comes out of the locker room to approach a media member who tweeted out, what is Trevon Diggs doing on this play? And it was the George Kittle play down the sideline. Trevon Diggs is playing man-to-man coverage, so he's running down the field when Kittle has the ball, but he's covering his guy. Then he looks over, and it does look like he starts jogging a little bit, just sort of next to Kittle. And the defenders for the Cowboys don't get the tackle, and then Trevon Diggs goes, oh, wait, now I got to actually work a little bit. And so this reporter tweeted out, what is he doing on this particular play? And Trevon Diggs saw that and then approached the reporter before the locker room was open. Here's how that went.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing with me, bro.
Just asking the question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
So that's the interaction. But I also learned that Trevon Diggs is more than willing to have a conversation with Mike Leslie, who is the reporter for WFAA. If you listen closely at the end, he wants to have a conversation, just not about that play. Here's that interaction at the end there.
We can talk about it more. What were you?
Talk about D's.
Talk about D's nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear it again. Let's talk about it. And Trevon
I don't
Diggs,
think he could do that story.
What's his
TV
answer?
wouldn't allow it.
We can talk about it more.
What were you? You think you couldn't talk about it on
nuts.
TV? That you could get a whole expose on that, and you think no, it's no.
Yeah,
no-go.
I'd go to my news director and be like, you know what, we can't do a story on.
Yeah, but you're the sports director, so you can direct
D's
that.
nuts.
Testicles. Yeah, you just can't.
And by D, you mean Diggs nuts? Okay, not D's. We're not doing it. Okay. Mike Leslie tweeted out last night, I do not have a comment about D's nuts. Which was pretty good. So I learned that Trevon Diggs searching his name on Twitter, which I don't know if is it secondary members? The chief safeties like to search their name on Twitter. This is a cornerback, obviously, but a lot of people searching their name on Twitter. I don't know, maybe it's defensive backs just in general. But there you go. Mike Leslie tweeting about that, and Trevon Diggs, before the locker room was open, came out to approach him. That out of everything happened, you're not going to get mad at my teammates who suck? You're calling me out? That play was terrible. I was guarding somebody else. Everybody else had responsibilities on that, not me. D's nuts. Sterling, what did you learn over the weekend?
Yeah, so the 24-25 NCAA D1 men's basketball team, all team names have come out now, which is always exciting.
Love it.
This guy's last name is Wright. What do you think his first name is?
Not.
Wrong.
Always right.
Always
He's
right.
always
Oh,
right.
I love it.
This guy's last name is King.
I am.
Po Boy King. He must be from Louisiana. Po Boy King.
I thought it would be Ian King.
This guy
King.
for Oregon, Supreme Cook, so he must be a very good chef.
His last name is Cook?
This guy's last name is Rainwater. You will never guess what his first name is.
You're right.
Tennessee Rainwater.
Let's
his
go.
His name is Tennessee.
That sounds like
you drank some of that last week on the course, didn't you?
I have me some Tennessee Rainwater.
That is a country music band.
You have
Tennessee Rainwater.
Jizzle James, which is always a good one.
Yes.
Jizzle James.
Yeah,
he's from Cincinnati, right?
Yeah. Then you have for Michigan.
That's Edrin's son.
James' son.
You
Jizzle
have
James.
Fat Brooks. P-H-A-T. Brooks.
Twice, yeah.
Don't know why you wouldn't. Snooky Wigington. And then I think this is one of my favorite ones. You'll appreciate this one, Jason. Churchill Bounds.
Oh, wow.
Churchill Bounds.
Instead of Churchill Downs, it's Churchill Bounds.
way.
Yeah.
Well, Andy Reid today said chomping at the bit when it's really champing at the bit, but that's neither here
So
nor there.
I know
there's a guy
it's
named
spelled
Solo
champing,
Ball.
but I thought it was pronounced still chomping. Is it not?
It's pronounced
You know
champing.
the horse
No,
side.
it's champing
pronounced
it.
champing.
It's
Okay,
champing
gotcha.
at the bit. Yeah.
Two more good ones, actually. Sorry here. I apologize. But
Sorry?
George Washington III. Maybe that's the fourth. That's the fourth for
It's been a
Richmond.
long time, so
Yeah,
we
it's
might
been a
be
little
down to the
bit.
ninth
And
or
then
10th.
best name for a basketball player goes to UConn. Last name Ball. First name Solo. Solo Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought it was going to be
Surgeries for that.
Ball. There you go. I like that. That's pretty good.
So I learned that.
Those,
I learned about those
we
players.
all did together. What'd you learn, Mick?
I learned that 1-6 Kennesaw State can have some claims on first place votes in the AP Top 25 college football poll because Kennesaw State just beat Liberty to get their first win.
Yep.
Liberty, of course, beat East Carolina. We all remember East Carolina beating ODU.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who ODU beat? Georgia State. I didn't have to tell you. Georgia State, though, beat Vanderbilt. And now you know where we're getting to here.
Yeah,
Vandy beat Alabama. Alabama beat Georgia. And Georgia's number 2 and getting first place votes. So
Right.
Kennesaw State is better than Georgia.
Well, that's
where are you at, pollsters?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Missouri and Alabama, it's 1-1. Yeah, they won that game, but Missouri beat Vandy and
yeah.
Vandy beat Bama. That's one for Mizzou. So it's 1-1, really. Why is everybody overreacting to one? It's like the Dodgers are up 2-0. Have they won the series? No. It's just 2 games. This is 1-1 Mizzou and Alabama, if you ask me. That's just
Oklahoma State beat Arkansas, who beat Tennessee, who beat OU. So, like, you know what? Who's the little brother now, Oklahoma?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Oklahoma will be a little brother in 2 weeks. I doubt it. Dylan, what'd you learn this weekend?
So I learned after the Bears' disappointing collapse there at the end of that game that they have had 4 different games in the last 2 years where they had a win probability over 90%, and they are 0-4 in all those games. They had a 98.1 win percentage against Denver in 2023, against Detroit a 98.2, Cleveland 91, and then yesterday was 96.4. They are 0-4 in those games.
Wow.
How's that possible?
It's unbelievable. 96.4% chance of winning that game. By the way, Matt Eberflus did confirm that Tyreek Stevenson was supposed to be guarding Noah Brown, who was the guy who caught the tip. He was supposed to be back with his body on Noah Brown. He was the back guy on the tip. He was the back guy to cover the tip.
He tipped it to the back guy.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be back there covering the guy that stays in the back of the pile. That was his job. And he also said that Tyreek Stevenson addressed the team this morning, the entire team. And then they cut him. They did not.
They did.
They did not. Funniest, we start with you, Sterling. What was your funniest?
Yeah, so you know these Halloween movies, like with Michael Myers,
Called Halloween.
Called Halloween,
called
yeah.
Halloween. But you know Michael Myers, right?
I know Mike Myers.
And
yeah.
you've seen
We're in
Wayne,
our 40s.
You've seen Wayne's. I'm going somewhere with this. And you've seen Austin Powers, and you've seen Wayne's World.
Different Mike Myers.
Well, most people realize that, right?
Is this like a Jim Abbott thing he's about to discover?
Please, please let it be.
My wife.
Mike Myers had one arm.
My wife goes, wait a minute, Mike Myers, like from Wayne's World and Austin Powers. I'm like, different. She thought that Michael Myers. She goes, well, that guy has range. I was like,
She
babe,
didn't know one was a real person's name and one was a character name?
She thought that Michael Myers played like himself, I guess his name for some reason, in the movie Halloween. It was an all-time. I said, I'm going to talk about this on radio. She goes, please don't. I go. It's too good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going
Your
to.
marriage is going to last like 4
Way to get the marriage
months.
off on a good start there, buddy.
She thought that Michael Myers from, Wayne's World just had a whole bunch of range, was just a great actor, and was also Michael Myers in Halloween.
Yeah.
So she knows that when people act in movies, they don't use their own names,
so
right?
that's why she was also so confused by it. And I'm like, well,
That makes sense. Why is he using his own name?
why is he using his real name? And I'm like, well, he's not.
Well, Luke Skywalker, that's his real name, right?
That's right. Luke.
So I laughed profusely for a long time at that one. So we had a good chuckle.
And I appreciate you going along with her wishes. Of not saying that on the air.
Actually, I'm proud of you. I love throwing a spouse under the bus. Figuratively, too, I like it.
Mick, your funniest from the weekend?
Funniest from the weekend. Do we have the clip, Dylan? I was just told about this. So
Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, Anthony Richardson. came out yesterday on a 3rd and goal.
3rd and goal.
A 3rd and goal because he was too tired. I've never seen – I see receivers all the time because they're running downfield, although every time they do it, I'm like, buck up, buddy, okay? Don't you want to play football? A quarterback tapped out of the game, and this is what he said.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
Have you ever seen a quarterback tap out?
Never. Never
Not
seen
once.
that. Never heard of that.
And how is there a lot of running? I don't know. Maybe
it was a scramble. He broke a tackle, then he ran right and got tackled. But it was like
he didn't run for a first down.
Right, but it looked like it looked like
it wasn't 10 yards.
It looked like a run that we've seen plenty of other quarterbacks have in their across the history of the NFL. And when he says, "I'm not going to lie," my response would be, "No, actually, you should.
You should lie there."
Yeah, that's where you do lie. I know that people like the honesty, but there's also a reason why some players and coaches aren't honest because the truth is not great. But also,
was it Flacco who came in?
Yeah, Flacco came in for the 3rd down goal play.
Well, when you're throwing in the first half and you're 2 of 15, that's what he was in the first half. He completed 2 of 15 passes. Your arm's going to get tired, right? Because
so they didn't score
Clearly.
that touchdown that possession.
No.
I wonder if that would have mattered in a 3-point loss.
It could have. I'm not sure. But I just have never. Damian Woody went in on him this morning. I'm an offensive lineman. I was carrying 300 plus pounds.
Exactly.
You're carrying how much weight? I know you're a big dude, but I'm carrying 300 plus weight, and I'm up there working every single play. I'm chasing after dudes. I'm not stopping and I got to go right back. I get run over by a running back, and I got to expect to get right back up and go play the next play. You ran around for 25 yards, and you said I'm tired.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
And you took yourself out of the game.
What is a harder team meeting to walk into? Anthony Richardson or obviously it sucks the cornerback lost the game, but this is your franchise quarterback tapping out of a football game with no real excuse.
I think it's the quarterback side,
I
right?
agree.
I think so too. It's
gotta
different.
be Stevenson. You're celebrating, and then you tip the ball up to the guy for the game when he
it's dumb. It's dumb. It's a cornerback. He shouldn't be doing that.
But it's a quarterback
He was trash talking,
thinking it was over with. That is dog bites man.
And this is a quarterback.
I have never seen a quarterback tap out.
Yeah, this is a quarterback that's saying, "I'm too tired to go in and play." Yeah, I'm too tired to go in and play one more play here on this drive.
Did they have a timeout? My good. There's so many other ways to do this that we've seen probably over our entire. There's a Joe Montana story where he was hyperventilating during the drive of the '81 championship, and Bill Walsh said,
and then
no,
he saw
go
John
out
Candy.
That was '88.
Same story, right? Oh, darn it.
Different one.
But Bill Walsh said, "I don't care."
Yeah, he did. He basically said, "I don't care." I
football.
didn't know he was hyperventilating out there, but I'm not calling a timeout here. So
yeah, I've never seen that from a quarterback. I don't know, man.
You're not the. Every NFL player that has a microphone has said the same thing today.
If the Colts weren't already thinking, then I'm already thinking, all right, what are we doing to get out from? I know we traded. We got him with the number 4 pick, but one, it's not working as him as a quarterback. We were better with Joe Flacco, and now this dude got too tired for a play and came out. He doesn't get what being a quarterback is.
No,
he doesn't get what it means to be the quarterback of an NFL team. Sorry. This is year 2 for him. This ain't his 3rd or 4th game in the NFL. Whoopsie.
I've never seen that at the college or high school
even at the college level. Yeah, Brady Cook left the hospital to play.
In the game he's finished this year, he's completed 10 passes, 10 passes, 10 passes, 17 passes, 9 passes.
Wow.
He has not completed above 50% in a game that he's finished.
42% this year, right? That's his completion percentage is 42%?
44.4 this year.
44%. Sorry.
4-4.
Sorry, I was too negative on him with being 42%.
He has 7 interceptions, 4 touchdowns.
Man. Yeah. What was the funniest for you, Dylan?
The funniest for me, they were interviewing a Commanders fan live right before the Hail Mary happened, and he was kind of conceding, saying moral victory, and then listen to his response. It is absolutely hilarious.
I feel as though it was a good game because it was close. I feel as though we won, for real. We lost. What I say? We won. We won.
So that was awesome.
That's pretty good.
I didn't know.
That's pretty good.
What the
He did
news...
not say that.
I feel as though we won. What did I say? I told you we won.
It looks like it was Fox 5 Washington, so it's pretty funny.
Great stuff. My funniest was Jameis Winston, both pre- and post-game, filling in now for the injured Deshaun Watson. Jameis Winston, the starter. They pull off the upset. They win against the Baltimore Ravens. This first one is the speech with the offensive lineman before running out on the field before the game. And the second one you hear is post-game interview on the field after they win 29-24. Here's Jameis Winston, who is just a unicorn.
Opportunities come once in a lifetime. And with those opportunities, we have to make the most of it. Every one of us have an individual responsibility to go out there and fight for each other. Represent the names on your back, represents the names that's on your helmet. Well, we don't got no decal. So represent the Browns, all right? One play at a time, all right? Together. All right, here we go. 7 on 3. 1, 2, 3, family. Let's get it.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire, named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but, man, I'm just grateful.
There you go.
I love that he
Jameis
butchered
Winston.
it, too. He
A little bit.
You got to play for the name on the back. Play for the name on your helmet. Well, we don't have no decals, but play for represent the Browns. We don't have decals.
Norman Dale and Jameis Winston are the two best pregame and postgame speakers ever. Norman Dale was in Hoosiers, and it was actually Gene Hackman. So tell your wife that the real name wasn't Norman Dale.
I know.
Norman Dale.
Norm and Dale. There are two people. Norm
Yes, like
Chip
and
and Dale.
it's Chip and Dale. Yeah, very
exactly
Norm
right.
and Dale. Okay, because I know Gene Hackman.
Mick, what was the best for you this weekend?
Best for me this weekend was, all right, we have 4 on our sports team in at KSHB 41, and Nick Jacobs won an Emmy, his second. Mackenzie Nelson won her first Emmy.
Nice.
And then Matt Foster got married.
Oh,
so
wow.
he got the biggest trophy, right?
Wow, that's right. Yeah, that's
and then
great.
I was just drinking.
Hey, you're
I was
the
drinking
real
through
winner.
it
You
all.
got drunk
So-
this weekend. Nice from Mick.
Good for you, Mick.
Nicholas.
But so how many is Nick Jacobs away from you now?
12, but I am on a skid here. I am on a drought. I'm not
you got
since
14.
Well, it's been since 2021 since I've won one.
Yeah, well,
Like what in
you
my
washed
household,
up?
it's what have you done for me lately? It's
right.
enough. It's not for long.
Those
I was up for 2. I had a tremendous. How about this? We had one guy who was up for 6. He's a photog, brilliant, artistic mind. Chase Lucas. He's so good at what he does. He's up for 6. He won 5. And the one he didn't win was the one with me. I was like, I'm sorry, Chase. I brought you down with me.
That's what you get. They are not giving you anything.
Yes.
I'm proud
best,
of you, Mick.
Best for you, Dylan.
Best for me, Joe Davis's home run call of the game
okay,
one
yeah.
massive grand slam, and here it is. If you haven't heard it 1,000 times already.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball in right field. She is
Yeah, so good.
Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
She is gone, and then Gibby meet Freddie. Just a dynamite.
So
Joe Davis
good.
is so good. He and Bob Costas are probably the two best. That's what I would say. My best from the weekend is Vinny Pasquantino, just being so Kansas City. Jason Lockenfor. Well, Vinny Pasquantino tweeted about the Jets that I've never seen anything like this in the first quarter. They've called 3 timeouts because they can't get to the line early enough. What in the world's going on? Jason Lockenfor then quote tweeted and said, "The Pasquatch knows a horse bleep operation when he sees one. The Jets are a joke." So Vinny Pasquantino then quote tweeted and replied, "Jason, aren't you the guy who suggested the Orioles throw it my hand in the wild card round?"
So good.
To Jason Lockenfor.
I got to find that tweet. I just want to look at it.
As I said last night on Sunday Sound Off, Vinny Pasquantino wouldn't be more Kansas City if he was a barbecue sauce fountain. That was just a brilliant reply to Jason Lockenfor.
That's what we have here.
That's
Those
right.
two
Yep,
things,
that's
yeah.
what I'm saying is also Jason Lockenfor. Sterling, your best?
Yeah, Oakwood Country Club right here.
That's your best, okay.
Right here, KC Blues Rugby Club. This has been a lot of fun. Great day with you all. I've really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
It's for a great cause, right? No, this is my best.
Awesome.
Anytime I get to come out here, this is to a golf course.
Yeah.
This is going to be my Mick shaking his head. Yes, he knows this. This is going to be the best.
Yeah. Not because they just gave you a free round in the break. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back and continue rolling more zone next.
Did they really?
No. Charity golf tournament, fundraising golf tournament. You can go to kcblues.org and check out all of the different ways that you can help out, be a part of it, all the different youth camps they have in the area that the donations and the fundraising here go to helping out the youth in the area and introducing them to rugby. It is here at Oakwood Country Club. Mick, thank you so much for stopping by. I do want to pass this along. Shane Steichen, the coach of the Colts, in his Monday press conference, when asked if Anthony Richardson will start this Sunday at Minnesota, he said, we're evaluating things. So I wonder what they're about. What does he mean?
No.
What does he mean if they're evaluating things? I don't know. Every single spot is up for competition.
Every week.
Every week, every day.